Hello. I have dinner, I have things, play video games. We'll do a reaction. Is the Cathos thing even worth looking into, or is this just a worthless drama thing? Is the Cathos thing even worth looking over? Or is it just a waste? Got popcorn for react. Popcorn. I think I need to release the big interview. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let me see if there's anything to watch while the dinner's on. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Burp. Oh, Dinner. YouTube. Oh my god, moderating Crucible debate. Yes, let's watch a bit of that.
Get together.
I think she's streaming from the Titanic.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but
I don't know what's going on.
I like her.
You like who?
quirky.
Quirky even. Very. I'm liking the Dutch angles. It's artistic.
Do you like?
I don't have actual recording screen. Okay, I hope this is good enough. Can you guys all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Just
but
fine.
you need to make sure not to mess with the.
I don't know.
Once you get it
this person.
situated, just don't mess with it again.
Yeah, no problem. I won't.
Okay.
Who is
All
it?
right, so we'll start with you, Silver Rose. Why don't you take a second and introduce yourself and tell the audience briefly a little bit about yourself. Go ahead.
No problem. So as seen by my problems recording this, I'm new to debates, but so I'm kind of anonymous, or at least halfway, as in my on Twitter. So I'm Silver Rose is my Twitter. I just started a Substack. I'm Silver Rose Takes. I'm interested in everything from like free speech issues to feminism to animal rights to free will and lots of different topics like that. And I hope to explore those more, both in debate forum and written forum. And yeah. And I also am interested in art, but that's another.
All right. Appreciate that. President Sunday, for those who don't know you, why don't you take a second and briefly introduce yourself, tell the audience a little bit about you as well.
Well, I thank you, Andrew. As you can see, I have many leather-bound books. I have a plethora of various cephalopods, and I have about enough cardigans to clothe half the population of Gaza. So that's about all you need to know about me. You can find me on President Sunday on YouTube, and I do political science stuff apparently sometimes.
All right. Appreciate that very much. And thanks again for guest moderating. And I am the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson. Thank you all for coming out tonight for this debate, which we're now going to get started. Silver Rose, you'll have 7 minutes to go ahead with your opening statement. And then as soon as that is done, when President Sunday gives me the go-ahead, I'll go ahead with my opening statement. And then Sunday, from there, we can move into the open dialogue back and forth. Does that sound good to all of you?
That sounds swell. All right.
Shouldn't President Sunday be doing all this talking? As the host, as the moderator? Shouldn't the moderator be saying all this? Shouldn't he be the top honcho, not Andrew? Andrew should be a passive guest.
All
Got
right.
a timer here, Silver Rose. Which of you is going first? Is Silver Rose first?
Silver Rose is going first. She's a challenger.
Call me Silver. Yeah, so I'll go first. So feminism, defined here as a pursuit of female political equality, has been an undeniable force for good in the world. Before women gained the right to vote, age of consent laws were virtually non-existent. Marital rape and domestic violence were illegal, and childhood mortality rates were much higher. In America,
What a strange camera angle, by the way. What a strange camera angle.
The 19th Amendment led to increases in public health spending that facilitated the scaling up of intensive door-to-door hygiene campaigns. As a result, child mortality rates decreased, particularly for infectious diseases that are sensitive to hygienic conditions. Before female suffrage and women in politics, the age at which girls could consent to sex legally was 12 or younger in 38 U.S. states. In Delaware, it was 7. Women's political participation was essential to passing modern age of consent laws. Indeed, it was the focus of much of 19th century feminist activism and of some of the first female lawmakers. Even today, we observe that countries around the world with the least female political participation have the laxest age of consent laws. Indeed, nearly a dozen of the most patriarchal countries, such as Iran, Qatar, Yemen, and Afghanistan, have no age of consent laws at all. Men and women have different average interests, strengths, and weaknesses. By highlighting the benefits of female political participation, I do not mean to suggest that women are a better influence on politics than men. I'm sure a society where only women participated in the political process would be worse than the modern West, as male typical interests and strengths would risk being ignored. What I am suggesting is that a country where half the population cannot participate in democracy inevitably leads to ignoring many of their valid
What a
concerns.
long opening statement.
I will concede that though I think there are many instances of which I gave some examples of in this opening statement, in which it is giving political rights to women that cause societal improvement, the causal link often goes the other way. Richer societies with more freedom are more likely to give political rights to women. But that's because increased freedom and prosperity are caused by liberalism, and liberalism inevitably also leads to women's political rights. You cannot untangle them. So yeah, that's my opening statement. It's a bit shorter than 7 minutes, I think.
Oh, that's still long.
Sweet. Andrew, I'm going to reset the timer. Your opening statement, please.
Thank you. There is perhaps no greater evil or satanically rooted evil in all of the world which dwarfs feminism. Feminism ultimately is the advocation of the eradication of patriarchy and patriarchal systems. While this may sound to the listener like a reasonable position to want to remove patriarchy in lieu of egalitarianism, this is because many listeners probably haven't thought the position through.
Of course.
In order to do this, feminists have targeted and continue to target the most important backbone of any society, the nuclear or cross-generational family.
Imagine thinking positions through. Imagine that. Horrible. Thinking is for wimps. I'm no wimp, so I don't think. Simple. Simple as.
This has led to the worst outcomes imaginable in society.
True.
In general, nobody will ever care or love children as much as their biological parents and extended family.
Damn, wow. Throwing shade at adopted people. God, wow. I've actually known adopted families that love their children perfectly well. Thank you very much. Jesus.
Fathers and mothers both are necessary to the rearing of a child, and without one, that child's development becomes severely hampered. Society also begins to destabilize. The ultimate goal of feminism is the destruction of the family. That is its ultimate goal. Let me read for you an excerpt from first-wave feminist Bolshevik Alexandra Kollontai. Therefore, she says, the bonds of family and marriage must be weakened. Communism does not recognize the couple as a self-sufficient unit and does not therefore approve of wives deserting work for the sake of this unit. This is from Kollontai, 1921, the thesis on communist morality in the sphere of marital relations. Indeed, the very roots of this ideology, rooted in occultism, female promiscuity, sexual liberation, and anti-man in general, is rooted in communist Bolshevik rhetoric and the idea that the family must be destroyed on behalf of the state. Kollontai goes on to say, the more firmly established the principles of private property, the stricter the moral code. The importance of virginity before legal marriage sprang from the principles of private property and the unwillingness of men to pay for the children of others. Again, an establishment of anti-family values brought by the Bolshevik regime to destroy all moral systems, understanding that patriarchy preserved wealth through the father and could emancipate the family unit from the tyranny of the...
Pretty sure that the suffragettes came before that whole thing, before the whole Bolshevik regime, but yeah.
Moral degenerate. Kollontai continues, legal norms must regulate the relationship between the mother and the socially educated child, and between the father and child. Fatherhood should not be established through marriage or a relationship of a material nature. The final nail in the coffin to reduce marriage to a secularist piece of paper designed to rid the world of morality, of the Christian-based, and in this case, Orthodox-based marriage system of patriarchy and a well-developed family unit. Indeed, women in the West, by even the second wave, knew the communist element of this ideology was poison and were unwilling to sacrifice their men to it. This was understood by famous feminist Susan B. Anthony at the time, who writes, But the female petitioners for the suffrage are in the minority. There are many obvious reasons for this, and one of them, paradoxically, as it may seem, is because so much already has been gained. Women in general now finds her needs very well supplied. If she wants to work, she has all occupations to choose from. If she desires an education, the schools and colleges are freely open to her. If she wishes to address the public by pen or voice, the people hear her gladly. The laws have been largely modified in her favor, and where they might press, they are seldom enforced. She may accumulate and control property. She may set up her own domestic establishment and go and come at will. Susan B. Anthony, History of Women's Suffrage, 1902. Feminism, I will argue tonight, has indeed done exactly what it set out to do. Destroy the family unit, redefine it, destroy the moral imperative of it, and remove the patriarchal systems which...
So families are no more. Good to know. Okay. The family unit has been destroyed. I see.
Protected it. A sickness the entire world now suffers under. Remember second wave feminist Simone de Beauvoir. Let me present to you this via a pic. 1 second, if you will humor me. She says, no, we don't believe that any woman should have this choice. No woman should be authorized to stay at home, to bring up her children. Society should be totally different. Women should not have that choice precisely because if there is such a choice, too many women will make that one. It is a way of forcing women in a certain direction. Continuing from there, last bit, if I'm going to go slightly over time, please forgive me, but I'm almost finished. Okay.
Damn.
1
Fascinating.
second here. This excerpt, you can see special privileges New York women have secured under male suffrage. Married women, this is the anti-suffragettes and their arguments. Married women are not required to contribute to support the family. Women may work, earn money, and spend it as she pleases. They may own real and personal property and dispose of it or sell it without her husband's knowledge or consent. Husbands cannot dispel of real estate without a wife's consent. Wives cannot be required to pay a husband's bills, even if contracted for support of the family. Husband must pay the wife's bill, whether the family or for her own personal expenses. If wife obtains divorce, husband must pay alimony. If wife may have millions and cut her husband off without a cent, husbands cannot cut off the wife without a dower right. If husband owns a home, he cannot sell it or mortgage it without the wife's consent. If a wife owns it, she may do as she pleases.
What year is this from? In Europe, it did not work like this at all. Just saying.
With it, and without consulting him at all. If husband fails to support wife, he may be arrested and prosecuted criminally. Wife cannot be compelled to support husband under any circumstances, no matter how rich she may be, nor how poor he may become. A father cannot, by will, appoint a guardian for minor children against the wishes of the mother. All women are exempt from military service. All women are exempt from jury duty. Absolute female privilege, almost finished. Remember, lastly, in closing, that when it comes to feminism, I will argue tonight it has indeed done exactly what it set out to do. It has ruined the family unit and put a lasting effect on all of society for the negative. Your great grandmothers fought against this madness. They fought tooth and nail. They weren't even given a choice. The Supreme Court pushed it through, and everywhere women were allowed to actually vote on their own right to vote, they voted it down. And
so Andrew thinks that it's bad that women can vote. Andrew is a Janusz Korwin-Mikke tier thinker. Damn. We have a Janusz Korwin-Mikke here, but younger.
And with that, I'll yield my time.
Just by the hair's width. All right. So we're moving into... Quiet you. So we're moving into an hour, I believe, of open discussion was what we agreed upon. Whoever wants to begin, I suppose, take it away. Silver Rose, I would ask very quickly, though, just so you're aware, if you're shuffling a little bit, just try to mute yourself first, because it's a reverberating.
Yeah, sorry
No
for like
worries.
my unprofessional. Is this? You guys see me like fine and hear me fine?
You look
Yeah,
very
we hear you
tall,
and
but
see you fine.
you're perfectly visible.
Okay. Yeah, I won't try to readjust it because it's yeah. Okay. Should I answer?
Well, with this, we can just have an open back and forth debate now. So let me kind of start with this query. The debate concept here is whether or not feminism has been good for the world. I just provided a massive slew of evidence that the entire purpose of feminism, right from its inception.
Wait. You did. Wow. Opinion pieces are not evidence, okay? That's not how evidence works.
Was the destruction of the family unit. How in the world could this be a good ideology if the ideology itself is designed to destroy the family unit?
So, me and you, we agreed on the definition of feminism in Twitter DM. So it's not based on the ideology of a certain feminists, which feminists say all kinds of things in different books, but we defined it as a pursuit of political equality. So
yeah, but I'm telling you that the pursuit
yes,
of
I know,
this...
I know I'm talking. Yes, I don't care about the...
Yeah, I know that you're talking,
Here,
but
hang on. Let Silver Rose reply.
Yeah, so we defined it as the pursuit of female political equality, so as in the right to vote, women's participation in politics. So I would just say we can look around the world, look at countries where women don't have those rights or have less of them, where there's less women in politics, where women don't have the right to vote. And to put it very crudely, I would ask, would you rather live in Afghanistan or Norway? Of course,
I can grant the definition of feminism while still not having any sort of absence towards what I'm saying its goal is. Even if you make the claim that feminism is the movement towards egalitarianism, I've already explained to you the root of this is the destruction of the family unit. That is how they move towards egalitarianism. This is an entailment of feminism. This is its root. It's what it's always tried to do. I just gave you overwhelming evidence that was its root. And by the way, that's what...
Andrew has really low standards for overwhelming evidence. Damn, that's overwhelming evidence. 2 or 3 quotes. Damn. Okay. Overwhelming evidence. Amazing.
It's going on right now. It's destroying the family unit.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't give me overwhelming evidence. You cited some feminists. So I know, so if you're talking about in the context of the U.S., so in the context of the 19th Amendment, so there was lots of feminists who advocated for that. Some of them were more radicals who wanted to completely, who thought marriage itself was patriarchal. And was oppressive to women. However, there was others. There was also the Christian temperance movement. There's Christian temperance movement. There were actually more socially conservative women who thought that women having political rights. So that is feminism.
The Christian temperance movement was progressive.
It was, but they had more socially conservative views.
No. Everybody had more socially conservative views at the time. Everybody did. You're still talking about a progressive element.
Yes,
and when you're talking about this progressive element, hang on, let me finish. When you're talking about this progressive element, again, the entailment...
What's wrong with being progressive, Andrew? Damn. Like, it's a dirty word, progressive.
Has been the destruction of the nuclear family by feminists. That has been their ultimate goal. That's what sexual liberation is. So, it is the ultimate goal to destroy the family.
So if you want me to read you quotes from the Christian temperance women, so yes, they were in some ways progressive for the time, mapping out.
They were having orgies and shit in covens. What are you talking about?
I'm talking. Many of these women were Christian. Many of these women said the reason that they supported. So this, and to be clear, these aren't even my topics. I'm just saying that there's a lot of women who supported this. Many of these women said the reason they wanted women's right to vote was to combat what they saw as excesses of male degeneracy. So what they saw as men getting drunk, men cheating on their wives, men not being good family men.
Yes, those were the pro arguments. That's true, but there was anti-arguments to those, which I just showed you. The pro arguments from the temperance Christians and the lunatics who lived inside of these covens and had orgies and had bizarre sexual rituals. Yes, no, that was part of the temperance movement. Yes, they absolutely did. Yes.
Yes, there was there was definitely Christian elements. There were some women who were socially conservative in these movements, but yes, there was also a lot of women who were radical, both for their time and who would even be considered radical now. So I agree. I mean, there's women who were against the 19th Amendment. I'm not sure why this
most women.
So I don't really see why that means. Like, yes, okay.
Well, I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you why it's so important. And also, you just asked me a question. Let me respond. Stop prattling. Stop prattling incessantly. Hang on. We can have a good back and forth. I'm going to explain to you why it's so important. that you understand that this is part of the destruction of the family unit. From the perspective of feminists, it's always been about sexual liberation. That's what abortion was about. That's what it's still about, is sexual liberation.
What's wrong with sexual
being able
liberation?
to sleep with whoever you want, whenever you want. And what that has done is it has caused a wave of female promiscuity.
Oh,
and
no.
due to hypergamy, they tend to gravitate towards a single percentile of men. The nice thing about the nuclear family was that inside of the structure of the nuclear family, there was enough men and women to go around for each other. The second that female promiscuity was allowed to be let loose and these birth control and abortion legislation was passed through, what you saw is the family unit begin to erode due to female promiscuity, which is not a problem that we had ever had before then.
That's kind of a bit of an odd framing, because obviously men are more promiscuous on average than women, including today.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You want me to show?
Show the stats.
Yes,
it's not true. There's only certain segments of men who are promiscuous.
No,
in fact, most men can't even. Most men are not losing their virginities before women. Their virginity before women are. Most men are not having sex before women are having sex. No, they're not. They don't tend to be more promiscuous.
Yes,
no.
they are.
No, they're not.
Average man, so it depends how you define it, but the average man has had more sexual partners than the average woman, so I'm not sure why this would be particularly blamed on women. And if anything, what you would expect would be giving. So what we see is that women even today are more against prostitution than men.
Yes.
Which actually.
No. Wait. Hang on. Let's back
Andrew.
up. Let's back up to these stats. So let's start with this. You can admit that men can have more sexual partners, even if the pool of women is smaller than the amount of men who are out there having sex, right? So if you have highly promiscuous women, let's say you just had 8 and you had 20 men, and all 20 of those men had sex with 8 women, all 8 of those women, then all 20 of those men will have had sex with 8 women, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that when we look at this via the pool, no, there's a high degree of promiscuous women who essentially are passed around by men. That's what's going on. But when it comes to hypergamy itself, that is
what does that even mean? That's stupid.
What the problem is. They gravitate towards this top echelon of the 15%, 20%. And by the time it comes to them being marriageable, they're already
just turn it around and say that it's women flipping the men around. That would be the same.
Their 30s, oftentimes with very, very high body count or other baggage such as pregnancies, things like this. Yes,
baggage.
This has caused a massive problem.
Maybe I shouldn't have that average. So I mean median. So I'm just looking at the CDC data. So
that's why you have birth control, by the way. Not to have unwanted pregnancy, but Andrew is against that. So you can't win with Andrew.
CDC data, so this is in 2023. So women between ages 25 and 44 had a median of 4.2 sexual partners, while men in that age group had a median of 6.1 sexual partners. So this is between the age.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter if it's a median. It still doesn't matter. That's not actually proving that men are more promiscuous in general. It's not really proving that.
The median man. So if you take a man at random, if you choose a man at random and a woman at random, the man is on average going to have more sexual partners than
No, we don't know that. That's not actually proving that. That's showing a correlate based on self-reported data. We don't actually know if that's true.
Oh, so now you're saying the idea is that women are lying about this? So you think so? So your idea?
Yeah, I think that women lie about their body count and have every incentive to do so because it's less desirable to have a woman with a high body count. And I think that women lie about their body count often because they tell me all the time.
In other words, women lie because I think so. You know all those stereotypical trad wives were doing antidepressants like candy at the time? Yes, I know. I do know. It was called hysteria.
They're lying about the body count.
I do know.
But I thought you thought that. Don't you think that like feminism has inundated society with sex positive messages? So women wouldn't mean be proud of having a high body count. If they think it's empowering, they would scream it to the roof.
Wait a second. And between themselves, they may be very, very proud of their high body count, but that doesn't mean when they're ready to settle down and have children that men are necessarily going to gravitate towards those women. And yes, they do lie about it.
No,
just because the sexual liberation has happened and you can have anonymous abortions and take as much birth control as you want. Hang on, let me finish my point. And take as much birth control as you want does not mean that men, the good high quality men that women tend to want to settle down with, like that shit because they don't, and women have
Good
every
quality
incentive to lie
man.
about it. Yes.
Okay, well, so you're okay. So
I wonder if Andrew considers himself to be a good quality man. I really wonder, what is a high quality man to Andrew? Is Andrew one? Here's a question to the chat. Is Andrew a high quality man?
I mean, you're saying that the women are lying. So okay, so I mean, yes, you can just say all the data that's been reported is false, I guess. So I'm not sure if this is gonna get us anywhere, but yes, I highly.
I'm saying that even granting that the data is true, the correlate is not proof. It's not proof of this, and that women, since they have an incentive to lie about it, there's no reason for us to take it at face value. There's no way for us to determine that this is true. However, when you look at the amount of children which are now being born out of wedlock, which has greatly increased, this is a sign that women are highly promiscuous.
What's Digital Circus? What is Digital Circus? Link it. Also join the page. Listen, you all should be in the good chat. You see, Hayes gonna give you the good. Plus, I have a video to react to today. I have a big video to react to today. Hakeem. Wow.
In comparison to how they used to be.
I don't like the term body count. It sounds like you're talking about a serial killer or something. Body count.
That would be a good correlatory that I would say is even stronger than the one that you're referencing, which is based around self-reported data.
Okay, so now the claim is that more. Okay, well, I mean, so now the claim is feminism is terrible because the claim is women's participation in politics has led to decreased marriage rates and death.
No, my claim is that the ultimate goal of feminists is ideal.
How do you not know about the amazing Digital Circus? It's the largest indie animation show on YouTube. Is it safe for me to watch on stream even? Won't the stream be shut down? Won't the stream be shut down? Why is it in Polish? Wait, why is it in Polish? Is this it? Is this it? I feel like this is gonna be... I feel like this is gonna shut down the stream. I feel like this is not gonna end well for me. Oh? Oh God.
Going to get worse from here.
Oh no.
But that's not what I'm here to show you. I'm here to show you all the cool.
Okay, I don't think so. I feel this is gonna end bad. Brianna who snitches to daddy. Who's daddy?
Because I need to finish this bad boy.
They're just mistakes.
Often very surprised that the Red Army was so deprived.
Soviet Union, they probably ought to have on a moral level.
I'm gonna go through the... I am going to go through the whole thing. What is this video? What? What is happening? Guess I might have to watch this alone. President Sanmei. Someday.
Well, it's difficult to make.
Still watching the CAFO thing.
Take
I
an
doubt you get struck down. I imagine people would riot against glitch production if they did start that. I mean, YouTube can do it automatically, sort of, no? I don't think it always happens manually. I think YouTube just detects you're watching someone's thing and strikes you down or something. Feels that way sometimes.
That calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution
That's like 2/3 of one of Wick's teeth.
with
Jesus, President Sunday, always attacking poor Wick. Poor Wick, whatever his channel name is. Jesus.
the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights, I have like whole camera thing, it's very professional.
As you can see, my setup is not professional in the slightest. I have a little lamp in the background, and that's my lighting setting. It's not very professional.
So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
Damn. I wish I was that rich. I'm so careful. Oh well. That happens. That happens. Oh wow. This guy, oh yeah. I might as well change the title. Oh my gosh. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, change the title. I am welcoming all Vaush refugees or whatever they called. Here we go. Where's this? Damn. Lonerbugs defends civilian massacre? Let's see. Let's see how he does it. Let's see Lonerbugs. The devil. Defending
the Syrian regime. Eshkol reprimanded Rabin for the statement, which many had to take this talk. He talks about it, but you also just wouldn't know.
Okay, here we go. So we have a little bit of stuff here.
What's my notes say?
Grim and Omar dishonest. And
here we go.
In the introduction of the thread, no, I said
it's fair.
It's difficult to trigger.
All right. Okay, starts here.
War with Israel.
Israel.
Speech to unionists. Okay. What an absolute nightmare, bro.
Bro.
Where is he?
Where is he? Where is it?
I need to take my HRT soon.
Is that a multi-day convention? What, we just gave the same speech 3 times? He told me this was all over Israel getting triggered.
Where's the trigger?
Okay.
Where is it? You're just
it's difficult because I don't know if there are any analogies for preemptive wars, like the way Israel did that. I don't think
analogies for what the hell you mean?
They exist. Are there any other big wars where that's how it happened? People did a preemptive strike like that?
I mean, yeah, that's why we have the notion of a preemptive strike.
Apart from, I guess Hamas did it to Fatah in 2006-7, right?
Okay, Sunday, developing gray hair, it's lighting. I have had a gray streak right here since high school.
Hamas did it in Gaza, right? Actually, I need the fucking bathroom. Fuck. All right. Hello, hello.
It's excellent strategy. He needs the bathroom. Remember, you put off war to your own disadvantage. Machiavelli.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You're all right. You're maybe a bit quiet. Do you have volume control, or will I do it here?
Let me try to turn it up a bit. Is that better?
I can control that from here, yeah.
Okay, you turn it up, all right.
Is this the history
and you sound fine.
person?
I think you said you're not using your proper mic.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm visiting my folks in the United States right now, so I'm not in my home base in London.
Ah.
Is that the history person?
Oh, yeah, you're LSE, right?
Yeah, I'm PhD student, yeah.
Okay.
History.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, I mean, I think it's fair for me to call in.
He's very quiet. That's not good.
After calling you a North Korea, I mean, of course, that's hyperbole, but I do think you were propagandizing on that.
Who's that person calling in?
Oh, don't waffle.
In 2 respects.
Go hard.
One,
You're gonna do this debate. Go hard. Like, just don't try to. I know how this is gonna go. I know exactly how this is gonna go. He's gonna get led around by the tail. He's going to not answer questions. He's gonna stutter. He's going to try and go down some rabbit hole, and it's just, oh god.
Lonerbugs has basically decided to shave off the edges and make palpable destiny takes on Israel.
Sorry, I know we haven't even heard him argue yet. I know I've seen this a million times. I know how this debate is going to go.
Trying to defend a disgraceful apologetics
Yeah, I can barely hear
by
him.
Destiny for atrocities, and two, you seem to be presenting it as an open question whether the blockade was, of course, was punitive. It was punitive in nature, and also creating a false dichotomy that it had to be either punitive or concerned with national security. Of course, Israel didn't want weapons to go.
I have no idea what he just said. He's already lost. Like it's too wordy. It's too.
Damn. President Sunday is so harsh. I wonder if President Sunday thinks I did well with Loner Box in our recent discussion. I need a harsh criticism from President Sunday.
Like just, there should be a strong statement, very strong statement. Like here's one, okay? Hey, Loner Box. Yeah, this is why I called you a North Korea style propagandist or whatever the language you used was. In the giving the using the appearance.
The whole video is getting progressively more angry at the guy Loner is talking to because he's not great at debate. Oh. Did you see my talk with Loner Box from recent, Dr. Johns? What did you think of that? Did you think it was good? Did you think it was bad? Did I do better than history speaks? That is my question. Did I do better than history speaks?
Of just asking questions and wanting to neutrally ascertain the facts, you've drawn a false equivalency in the minds of readers.
Even though my debates just usually turn into conversations, so I guess it depends on how you look at it, if I did well or not.
In someone who is speaking loosely about the blockade, many of the articles of which were punitive.
Then again, I'd probably not go to social media to call people North Korea propagandists. If I do that, at least I would not then go to a conversation and be like, yeah, you know.
Which you accept, and someone who is blanketly saying that, yeah, it's perfectly fine to block benign objects, provided that an IDF official can make some far-fetched claim about it being weaponizable in some capacity. The argument is about cookies being banned. That's how you go. And in addition,
wait, hold on.
Being provided that, yeah, it's perfectly fine for punitive, which you accept, about between drawn appearance in the North Korea. Very strong statement. Like here's one, okay? Hey, Loner Box. Yeah, this is why I called you a North Korea style propagandist or whatever the language you used was. In the giving the using the appearance of just asking questions and wanting to neutrally ascertain the facts, you've drawn a false equivalency in the minds of readers, in the eyes of readers, between someone who is speaking loosely about the blockade, many of the articles of which were punitive, which you accept, and someone who is blanketly saying that, yeah, it's perfectly fine to block benign objects, provided that an IDF official can make some far-fetched claim about it being weaponizable in some capacity. The argument is about cookies being banned.
I don't mean to be mean, but this is not at all less wordy than what History Speaks said. President Sunday just said that he was being wordy, that was too wordy, and he came up with an equally wordy thing. True, Peter Birgerson. When I hear the word body count, it makes me feel of serial killers.
That's how you go. And in addition, you've attempted to downplay what has been more or less universally found to be
this is just as wordy, if not more. History Speaks is obviously educated on the topic, but crap at actually putting his knowledge into speech. Am I good at putting my knowledge into speech? Decide in the chat while I go get something to drink, okay? You write me in the chat if I'm good. Boost my ego. Boost my ego and tell me if I'm good at putting my knowledge into speech. Boost my little ego. I'll be right back. Be right back while you massage my ego. Oh wow, nobody responded to nobody wants to massage my ego. Okay, I see how it is. I see where your loyalties lie. Not with me, that's for sure. Wow. I'm putting my knowledge about my fan base, quote unquote, into speech. Damn. Hot damn.
Let's say an extremely wrong action, which was the maiming of well over 1,000 Palestinians.
There must be a way to say it less wordy, okay? Listen. Humility is a valuable trait, Lucy. Well, you know, we all have our faults, and humility is not one of my what's it called? Specialities. I'm vain, self-centered, and bad. That's me. That's my modus operandi.
Civilians during the Great March of Return. Boom, easy. Now you've got a thing to start off with. Instead, it says, yeah. So sort of obviously, I was being a little bit hyperbolic, but if you look at,
I hate when people do that. I hate when people do the whole, I was being a little bit over the top, hyperbolic. Well, if you're just gonna do that, then don't even do the hyperbolic thing to begin with.
Documents or whatever, and I think that, you were kind of saying this and that. It's like, God, man, this is an enemy.
An enemy? Damn. This is an enemy.
I don't care. It just drives me insane.
An enemy. Damn. Strong words. This is an enemy.
This drives me insane. There are so many people who just have endless. I'm sorry. I like History Speaks. I'm not being mean to him for specifically. Just generally. I'm gonna finish my rant and we're gonna get on with this because he's right. But there are so many people who have endless energy for just posting minutia, finding and posting minutia of documents on Twitter endlessly, and then they get there and they can't fucking fight. Jesus.
To Gaza, so that's easy. But
I'm probably being preemptive. Maybe he'll pull up. Okay, but I'm not liking the start.
You seem to be kind of blurring the lines. And
yes, President Sandy would hate my debate, quote unquote, my discussion with loner bonds because I don't really fight either.
I think it was intellectually honest, but maybe I was being unfair. We'll see.
I can barely hear him.
I think I explicitly rejected the false dichotomy in the introduction of the thread. No, I said,
"Oh Jesus, I can't even see the thread. I'm blocked. Hang on. Alt time. Somebody, forget it. I'm not gonna It'll be a nightmare going through it.
The problem is that
I am on the side instead of on YouTube. Thank you, Peter. Peter, oh, you have a new account. Peter, you should consider not being white, as in the chat. You should consider subscribing to support your favorite streamer, which hopefully is me.
some people will just think it all has to be security based. Like there has to be a security reason, even if it's cookies, which is ridiculous. But then the other is that people only seem to want to talk about the punitive stuff.
I cannot believe that even became a discussion. Cookies, there's sugar used to bake missiles or something. This actually became a discussion. Cookie-based missiles.
Because as if the weapon stuff doesn't exist.
Well, no, but you want to talk about the punitive stuff because the punitive stuff is what characterizes the blockade as unethical. It doesn't matter if in addition to the punitive stuff, there's also weapon stuff. Everybody knows that they also want to block weapon stuff. That's obvious. The only thing that's problematic is the punitive stuff.
That was my position. Well, I never denied that it was punitive. I think I actually said, like, what was it? They either wanted, it's undeniable that they wanted, that some of them wanted the Gaza.
Though this makes sense, I don't think it rules out the punitive aspect. That doesn't say it's punitive. That just says it doesn't rule it out. You're saying, oh, could be. I just plumb don't know.
To suffer, I just didn't care. I feel like this just got ignored.
Sure. The language you used, in one tweet in particular I'm looking at now, some parts of Gaza's blockade might well have been punitive. It seems to be characterizing this as an open question, whereas it's not, as you seem to be conceding now.
Yeah, you take it out of context and it might be, but like, I'm trying to think. There are ways that you can say, like,
You take it out of context.
Let's say someone, let's see. I'm trying to think of an example of doing this. Let's say a guy is caught cheating on his girlfriend, and she's like, you
cheating on girlfriend.
Cheated on me at that fucking party last night at that person's house. And he's like, no, I didn't. I actually did it at the beach. And she's like, you might well have done it at the beach, but you cheated on me. It's like, well, she's not really saying that you didn't do it at the beach. She's saying that, like, yeah, you can concede that. That's why I mentioned it like more than once in this thread, that you can say that, yeah, the blockade was absolutely like informed by punitive measures, at least in some degree. That's why people said what they said multiple times, different people. But it's not taking away from the fact that it was the weapons.
If there's not a practical military reason, then it's punitive. There's literally no other reason. Like, unless there's a specific... Unless, for example, you want to characterize a punitive measure as a strategic one. Namely, the goal is to get them to leave because you want to settle all of their territory. And this is a great way to make them make poor decisions that create the pretext for further incursions by Israelis onto their territory. Like, that'd be one.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're...
Sunday, I sent you an unrolled version of Loner's thread. Ah. Beautiful. Okay.
Maybe we should, like, I don't know. Should we do the book reading today? I wonder.
Haha! Hee hee ho ho. Alright, let's go through this quickly.
Damn.
Okay? And we'll use...
Oh my god, the cookie files. The cookie monster.
Use... this for that. Boom. Okay. Hold on to your butts.
I am holding on to my butt.
The cookie files. The recent guy. I can't do a Loner Box voice. The recent guy. How do you do a Loner Box voice? I need to like.
Why do you need to do whatever?
I need to like put like a stent in my nose or something. The recent Gazan cookie debate is a perfect example of how stupid this propaganda game can get. In this case, both on the part of the omniliberal and Omar Badar. A thread on the Gaza blockade, how it changed over time, and why the fuck we're talking about cookies. For any measure Israel takes against Palestinians, pro-Israel people will reflexively say it had to have been done for legitimate security reasons, while pro-Palestinians default to the opposite. The only purpose was to inflict suffering.
Hello, why President Sunday keeps going after DGG Sphere? I mean, technically speaking, at this point, he's just going against loner bots because he disagrees with him on the Israel-Palestine thing. Also, welcome, Maciej Kaczorowski. Why do you think President Sunday keeps going after the DGG sphere? What is your opinion on the matter? Personally, I don't think anything gonna top this density appearance on counterpoints. That was something very painful. Wait, what was the appearance on counterpoints? I don't know anything about that. What was that? I'm sorry, what was that? Are you part of the DGG sphere, Maciej Kaczorowski?
Okay, but if there's not a legitimate security reason, you're out of options, really.
Yes, and Brooks did a reaction. No, I just think. You just think what? We all think, but I need to know what you're thinking. Specifically.
I guess whimsy? Israel had imposed partial restrictions on Gaza after the disengagement in 2005. In 2007, after the Hamas takeover, they imposed an indefinite blockade on the Strip. On paper, the blockade measures were intended to stop weapons and dual-use items from entering. Well, there you go. Because what counts as a dual-use item is practically endless. It's a mass.
Keeping making so many videos on that person back to back is weird. Not a DGG, by the way. Wait, you mean who is he making many videos back to back? Like Lonerbox? Has President Sunday been making a lot of videos on Lonerbox back to back recently? I'm just watching this now. I don't actually know. No, after Destiny, oh. Interesting. I guess he has been making quite a few Destiny videos, hasn't he? Who do you watch, Maciej Kaczorowski? What sort of streamers do you watch? If it's okay to ask, that is. Have you seen me talk to Lonerbox recently? And if so, what did you think of it? What sort of streamer content do you usually watch? Besides me, that is. Because you're here, so you're watching me, obviously. But apart from me, who do you watch? It's fine. Okay. What is your streamer diet? Stream diet. Still need to watch Hakim today. The Hakim thing is unbearable. So I still have to watch that.
Massive list. It was immediately clear that a lot of the prohibited items had no discernible military use. Some denied items included books, clothes, toys, tea, coffee, milk, and most baking products. Over the next 3 years, some items, for example, pasta and toilet paper, were slowly allowed in.
Slowly allowed in? How did people make do without toilet paper? Oh, hello, Carasso. A very simple answer to that, because Destiny is making very political and very public statements that directly harm people. Similarly, the same thing with non-erudite service.
That is punitive. It is true
That is quite very punitive. I'm not even sure if punitive is not underselling it a bit. Punitive seems to undersell it a bit. Not sure if I'd not use a different word. Toilet paper.
Sugar along with potassium nitrate was used as propellant for Qassam rockets, but it is very unlikely that cookies were ever used for this purpose, although it is technically possible. I don't actually know about that. Not least of all because raw sugar was seemingly never banned from Gaza. So this is what...
I don't know about that either. This feels so far-fetched. Cookies being used for creation of...
What actually happened. Lonerbox saw the debate on breaking points, and he did the smart thing. See, people like Wick didn't. They're stupid. Lonerbox did the smart thing.
Wow. President Sunday really... You know what? You can say what you want. Like, President Sunday has reasons to go after Destiny, or even not so erudite, but I feel like President Sunday is really going hard on poor Wick, you know, at this point. Wick is not even doing super harmful statements publicly. And this being always mentioned, always a jab is directed at poor Wick, you know? I feel sorry for Wick at this point. Wick is being bullied. Stop bullying Wick, President Sunday. I should get on President Sunday's stream and ask, why you bully poor Wick? Wick's not causing demonstrable harm. He's quite small.
And he watched. And he watched to see what the reaction was. And when people jumped on the cookie thing, he's like, oh, you know what?
It's mean. It's mean to make people into lolcows. It's mean. Even if I have my own reservations about Wick. But that's neither here nor there.
I'm gonna middle of the road this. I'm not gonna jump in defending Steven. I'm gonna show how actually we're all getting it wrong. Because if we're all getting it wrong, this is no longer
especially when pure sugar is still there, it's easier to use that than for the life of me, I cannot believe that the cookie thing even became a topic.
Moral or a strategic blunder on the part of one of the parties.
It feels so ridiculous that became... Hello, Sophie. That became a topic. It feels just so ridiculous. It feels insulting, actually. I'm gonna say that. The fact that the cookie thing became a topic just feels pretty insulting to all the people that died in Gaza. No. Hold on. I'm not sure if I saw the video. I'm not sure if I watched it. Probably. Can you remind? I don't know. The cookie discourse feels insulting to victims who died. Omar is an expert. Destiny had been in debate. Oh! Hold on. I think that was more than weeks ago, if it's what I'm thinking of. I think it's more than weeks ago. Yeah, can you relink it?
Parties. This is just a part of the human condition.
Destiny twists the truth.
Anyone would have made this mistake.
Like, I don't know. I may be silly, but it feels like the Israel-Palestine conflict is a serious topic and doesn't need cookies introduced into it. I cannot. We need to find it in the DMs. Okay. I'm just gonna search for the keyword Omar. There you go. I found it. Is it Destiny's Grift? Destiny's intellectual dishonesty in Palestine, Israel. Is that it? Is that the video? I found it when I just keyword search Omar in your DMs.
Between 2007 and 2010, no list of banned items was ever made public, nor was any justification given for such seemingly arbitrary and punitive measures. In 2009, one Israeli official told Haaretz, "We don't want Gilad Shalit's captors to be munching Bomba right over his head." That's a punitive statement. In mid-2010, the flotilla incident threw Israel's blockade measures into the spotlight and forced them to change course. Within weeks, most of the quote-unquote banned consumer items, including cookies, started entering the strip. So why were cookies banned in the first place? Well, in late 2010, Gisha, Israeli human rights org, managed to provide some insight. It turns out the Ministry of Defense had issued a white list of accepted goods. Almost anything that wasn't on this list was denied, although there was no formal blacklist. Previously, Gisha had collaborated with Gazan traders and orgs to deduce which items were allowed and which were prohibited. Interestingly, cookies aren't mentioned, but there is a caveat on biscuits and chocolate, which were only partially blocked, i.e. never fully banned.
What? Biscuits and
The cookie dough thickens. There is at least one company, Sareo Al Wadia, which produces cookies and has been operating in Gaza since 1985. This doesn't matter, this has to do with exports. In other words, I have seen no evidence that Gazans were forced to go without cookies for 3 years. That's irrelevant. That's really irrelevant.
Oh, I just clicked Omar. I just typed in Omar into the search bar in our DMs, and it sort of came up.
Relevant. The point is, the blockades were punitive. The point is, the blockades banned.
Destiny and his defenders made it into one because Destiny genuine despises Arabs and Palestinians. He doesn't even see them as human. I saw a clip on him laughing while reading an article on the floor. Damn.
Made it impossible to import basic necessities of a human level of life for no conceivable strategic reason. And Stephen, Destiny, in the debate with Omar on Breaking Points, without even knowing what the bans were, assumed that it must be for military purposes because his job in that debate was to do nothing but excuse anything Israel does. Like, blanketly. That's it. That's the problem. So, what this thread does, and what's really disgusting about this, because this has been Lonerbox's shtick throughout this whole conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Tag along, be the voice of reason, quote unquote, but endear yourself to Destiny by covering for him in this way. If he fucks up, if pro-Israel apologists fuck up, reconstrue it as just a little problem that we're all having. This is just a really complicated issue, guys. We're all just struggling to come to terms with it. Here, let me readjust course a little bit so we understand how we're all actually at fault. No, we're not all actually at fault. This is where the score actually stands. You have on the one side people who are protesting the mass crushing of the skulls of children. There are photos proliferating on Twitter right now of like elementary school children with their eyeballs popping out of their skulls. Okay? And on the other side, you have people who are taking any conceivable line, stretching farther than Michael Jordan in Space Jam to justify that continuing endlessly. Every past instance and every future instance. And there's no conceivable end or purpose to it except it gets them a lot of money and clicks from people who just really, really want to see Arab children dead. Truly, that's it. And the grand crime on the protesters' side in this case is that, they didn't have an encyclopedic knowledge of the precise nature of the cookie restrictions in the Gaza blockade. Great job, Loner. And here we go again. You'll notice, after all this, no mention of Destiny. No mention of Destiny justifying the banning of cookies for their use in weapons. Although he does say, oh, it's technically possible. By the way, it's technically not possible. And here's why. Even if you can metaphysically conceive, even if you can scientifically figure out a way, which you can, to extract sugar from baked goods, what's technically possible in this case when you're talking about the construction of weapons is not the ability to get a tiny quantity of usable sugar from a baked good. What you need to achieve for this to be technically possible, the technical task that you are set as a weapon builder, is you need to make the extraction of sugar from these cookies efficient. You need to be able to get enough sugar from these cookies that the cost of extracting them is significantly less than the fuel you get from it. Yeah. By the way, how do you extract sugar from cookies? How would you do so? How would you do so without, for example, heat? Like you would need to.
What do you mean without heat, President Sunday? You can just start a fire with 2 sticks. You don't need electricity for heat. You just need 2 sticks. I've debunked President Sunday. Also doesn't really care about Israelis or Jewish people as a whole, because he said vouching to Jews protesting right now, including essentially threatening an Israeli woman who lost family, or he responded to a tweet she made about holding a Syrian. And visual and want to make now a sketch where people want to make rocket fuel out of cookies, and one guy always eats the cookie before they can get the rocket ready. And this is, I don't know. I don't even know if such jokes are in good taste, considering.
Expend fuel to do this. You need to expend manpower to do this. You suck it out, exactly. Exactly. That's it. I talked about this last stream. They have great underground cisterns in their tunnels. They're like the water wells in Dune. They just spit in there, and the cookies just dissolve, and they just have a little net. They just scoop the sugar off.
I guess. We could do the sketch.
Though this makes sense, I don't think it rules out, and this is where we were at in the debate, I don't think it rules out the punitive aspect. As mentioned above, it's undeniable that some Israeli officials either wanted Gazans to suffer or just didn't care. It's undeniable.
It is insane, but it is also a bit insulting to the whole situation, in my opinion.
That's some Israeli officials. Given how easily they were able to lift the restrictions in the face of international pressure, here we go. They clearly could have done something sooner, but didn't. It may not have been their explicit aim to punish the population, but the measures absolutely had that effect, and no one seemed to mind until they were forced to. Notice how it's all passive. It wasn't their aim, wasn't their explicit aim. They just, they just didn't notice. So it's switched in this conversation. It's been reframed as they did this punitively to, oh, really? We banned all that stuff? Damn, why are you making such a fuss about this? Okay, fine.
It does feel a bit like what's being said is that the Israeli government sort of sleepwalked into punitive measures. They have enough food that they had never had more food than that.
In 2013, Gisha obtained a full list of restricted items from the Ministry of Defense. Anything not mentioned was free to be imported. This updated list has a few contentious items, but none as trivial as anything from 2007 to 2010. Cookiegate was over. This all leads me to wonder, why is Amar talking about a cookie ban, which, if it was ever even fully in place, hasn't existed for nearly 15 years, as if this is the quintessential blockaded item in Gaza? Well, because it's an illustration of the cartoonish hatred that motivates the blockade in the first place. That's why. We're talking about motive. We're talking about your purpose here. We're talking about whether your ultimate aim is actually peace in the region, or whether you have an additional one that's unstated, which is the destruction of the people who live there. Is it because this is his way of avoiding any conversation about the weapons? Well, that's interesting, because it seems like the conversation immediately shifted to the weapons by way of the cookies. That was the justification Stephen gave. Does he say anything about that here? Does he mention Stephen? Destiny did look silly responding to a claim about cookies by talking about sugar and rockets. It seems he started with the assumption that there had to be a security justification for any blockaded item, and just dug in there, eventually admitting the blockade was too harsh. Omar seems to have started with the assumption that every Israeli action is driven by a sinister intent to hurt Palestinians.
Wait, Omar debated the whole cookie thing with Destiny? That actually happened? Way more empathy. Old ladies where I live have more sense than most of these guys.
For no reason. Well, no, there is a very clear reason. There's a very clear reason. A lot of children are raised in Israel to hate Arabs.
Yeah. A little bit more than that. Yeah, but the cookie thing is pretty recent. So what I'm actually asking is, did they have a more recent debate? Did I have like a recent debate apart from the one that I saw?
There are nets. When there are settler houses at higher levels and Arab houses at lower levels, there are nets to prevent people from throwing things down at them. When there is a largely peaceful protest, the presence of Hamas, which at this time is the government, the presence of Hamas...
Maybe we should watch that at some point. The March of Return.
Or the presence of a vast minority of people who are approaching a fence or throwing rocks or whatever, is taken as license to shoot something to the tune of, off the top of my head, I think it's like 1,300 people had multiple bullets in them. Actually, I think I have this pulled up right here, don't I? Yeah, here we go. We can actually, whoa.
Capture of the Gaza blockade came up, and Omar brought up the fact that at one point cookies were banned. It was an example to prove a broader point about the punitive nature of the blockade.
How fortuitous, I have it already up. At least 189 okay, we'll just read the whole thing. Most of the demonstrators demonstrated peacefully, far from the border fence. Peter Kamek, a fellow with the Middle East program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, argued that the march indicated a new trend in Palestinian society and Hamas, with a shift away from violence towards non-violent forms of protest. Nevertheless, groups consisting mainly of young men approached the fence and attempted to breach it, skirmishing with Israeli soldiers by rolling tires and throwing stones and Molotov cocktails. Israeli officials said the demonstrations were used by Hamas as cover for launching attacks against Israel. Tires. At least 189 Palestinians were killed between 30th of March and 31st December 2018. An independent United Nations commission set the number of known militants killed at 29 out of the 189. Other officials claim a higher figure of at least 40. Israeli soldiers fired tear gas and live ammunition. According to Robert Mardini, head of Middle East for the International Committee of the Red Cross, more than 13,000 Palestinians were wounded. Did I say 1,300? 13,000 Palestinians were wounded as of 19th June 2018. The majority were wounded severely, with some, that's what I'm thinking, 1,400, with some 1,400 struck by 3 to 5 bullets. No Israelis were physically harmed from 30th of March to 12th of May until one Israeli soldier was reported as slightly wounded on 14th of May. Slightly wounded. The day the protests peaked. The same day, 59 or 60 Palestinians were shot dead at 12 clash points along the border fence. Hamas claimed 50 of them as its militants, and Islamic Jihad claimed 3 of the 62 killed as members of its military wing. Some 35,000 Palestinians protested that day, with thousands approaching the fence. Israel's use of deadly force was condemned on 13th of June 2018 in a United Nations General Assembly resolution. Condemnations also came from human rights organizations, including Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem and Amnesty International and by United Nations officials. The Israeli government praised Israeli troops for protecting the border fence. Yeah, so this is as far as I'm concerned, this is a naked apology for ethnically targeted brutality.
Yeah.
Bluntly, like, I guess a 14-year-old cookie story is more relevant than the fact that Hamas were importing and repurposing whatever they could to launch attacks which do absolutely nothing to help their population apart from what? A few more dead and scared Israelis? Well, what happens to the economy of one of the most densely packed places on earth when you cut off trade? Remember, the one case that you mentioned, like cookies, was from an exporter. They couldn't export.
In fact, historically, Gaza, from the history lecture that I heard about this, was a place sort of almost created for trade. This is a very interesting point to remember, that historically, and we're talking about pretty distant past, Gaza was a hub for trade. Trade was one of its main lifebloods, sort of, you know, the things keeping it going.
What happens to them?
And fishing.
Well, you have mass poverty. You have the decline of services. You have a decline in the capacity to do. They didn't have toilet paper for a while. Okay, what happens when you have mass poverty? You have mass death and hopelessness. You have people losing the ability to function like human beings. You have people dying because they can't get treatments. You have people in various states of malnourishment. You have people who have absolutely no hope whatsoever. And lo and behold, there's a foreign-funded terrorist organization that happens to be running the government that's looking for recruits. Boom. Okay, let's go back to this show.
And you think I misunderstood you. I think the thread was in effect. I mean, also you're defending Destiny, whose position was clearly attempting to obscure any punitive element to the blockade with his ridiculous cookie hypothetical. And you're saying Omar was being. You said Omar was being. Like Omar and Grimm were not. Here's why. I mean, it's not that interesting whether I'm misrepresenting you or whether you were misleading, as I think you were. But you called Grimm and Omar dishonest, and I don't understand why, given the argument was simply that the blockade was punitive, that you think they're dishonest if you agree with that position, because they never have said there's no security element to it.
He needed to prepare. He had days.
I think we're gonna start reading the book today. We have to start reading the book today. It's time. Just gonna make the stream longer. We're gonna do the video games, but we're gonna do at least a bit of the book.
Agreed upon for a while. He was pumped.
I feel it's time to start. I've been announcing that we're gonna be starting to read the book for a while now, but I think it's high time to actually do it.
This up, he needed to prepare his approach. It's not enough to know more than the other person. You have to know more, and you have to have it on command in an efficient and clear way. I
mean, it is helpful.
This is why I always put a 2-week deadline on, like a 2-week break period or a waiting period, lead up, before any debate I do on issues like this. There's a very clear reason. It's not because you can't, even starting from scratch, you can ingest all the data you need in a night. You can just power through. That's a thing you can do. I've done it for tests before. I think a lot of you...
I mean, true, you could, but I don't think it's a good idea. Plus, retention is a thing, you know? You could, technically speaking, do it, but I don't think it's a good idea to do it.
Have as well. But here's the thing. If somebody else has been zooming through data points and they're fresh, right? And they're practiced. They know exactly how to loop back to something that they know how to talk about strongly. And you're talking about this verbally for the first time, you will be flattened. And your position, this is the more important part, your position, which may be a very important position to defend, will look silly. And that will become a burden for other people taking up that position. You need to know how you're going to do this. It's not enough just to know this.
Okay, at least I can give myself some praise and say that I avoid doing this. I avoid making the position looking silly. The UN voted overwhelmingly in favor of accepting Palestine membership. Bit lighter news. I know. I've actually talked about this yesterday, and we've looked at the list of which countries voted against. The United States, Israel, obviously, the Czech Republic, but then we read a whole article about the Czech Republic's weapons relationship with Israel, and it became clear why the Czech Republic sort of voted no. Poland voted yes.
Stuff.
Poland voted in favor.
Rhetoric is not the same thing as knowledge, and that's a different skill, and you need to hone it if you're going to do debates like this. Because this is not like an exchange of ideas. This is a performance. This is a show. The person who wins this is not the person who's right. The person who wins this is the person who can look right and can look confident.
So one at a time. I think I said Destiny looked silly responding to a
Where does my style fit in this? Or my debates turn into conversations usually? I just wonder, where does my style fit into this? Hello, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday indeed. I don't know. I do feel like it's important still to have the know-how. Sort of, you know? I do still feel like it's... Maybe I'm just a nerd. But I do feel like it's extremely important to sort of know as much as possible. Like, my biggest insecurity is not knowing enough to speak on it. You know? To say something that's nonsensical, if that makes sense. You know? I guess that's my sort of fear. That makes sense? But the argument is not that. I know, but I'm saying that it's in spite of the argument, I sort of still fear of not knowing enough. He's saying that you can know enough, but it can still not be enough because you'll not be able to package it in a way that is comprehensible and the way that will make you look good. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not doing a bad job when packaging, but I feel like even looking good is meaningless if you're saying a bunch of nonsense and misinformation and bad things. You know? I think it's like it feels like an empty victory to just be able to look good but actually not have any substance behind it. You know? Does that make sense? Of course, there are many people that won't care that it's an empty victory. They will care about the victory, but I sort of feel like my point stands. And yeah, that is true. One can know a lot more and still lose a debate, which is unfortunate.
about cookies by talking about sugar and rockets. It seemed he started with the assumption that there had to be a security justification for any blockaded item and just dug it in from there. That seems like I even said at the beginning, there's a propaganda game, and I think both Destiny and Omar were guilty of it, because Omar might not have...
I've had limited amounts of debates, and they usually turn into conversations, but I feel like I actually don't know. I honestly don't know if I do well or not based on certain standards. It's hard to say. I know I usually don't look bad, which I guess could be considered a victory.
Said there's definitely nothing to do with weapons, but it's just interesting that all he wanted to talk about was cookies. They kept saying, why did the blockade happen? And it's like, oh, I think it's because if they're doing cookies, it's clearly not a security issue or something. I think he literally said that. And it feels like, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like if you had only ever asked Omar about the blockade and not anyone else, you would, well, first of all, you'd probably think the cookie ban was still there because he talks about it.
It doesn't matter.
What are we reviewing right now? I'm watching President Sunday, watching a debate of Bloner Box with History Speaks. We might finish it soon, and then we're gonna get into the Hakim video that I wanted to react to, and then we're gonna do some video games maybe, and then I wanna do a book reading.
It does not matter. Doesn't matter.
Question to the audience, actually. Do you think going over the Keffel thing is worth it, or is it just pointless drama again? Is the Keffel thing worth going over, or is it just a waste of time? Seems to be an influx of people making videos about Keffels, how she's a scum artist or something. Waste of time probably, even though I don't know what the drama is. Okay.
The point is,
I trust you greater. Oh, have you finished the drawing, by the way? I feel like people just have a hate boner for Keffels. I mean, that's probably partially true.
motive for the blockade. If there were items such as books, clothes, toys, etc., that were toilet paper, that were banned for no conceivable military reason, and if we have...
Listen, in Vietnam, you don't need toilet paper because almost in all of toilets in Vietnam, you have those little bidet shower things attached to the toilet. So you usually just wash yourself after doing your thing, which is probably better.
Statements by people in the Israeli government to the effect that they want them to be in a state of deprivation because they like the display of them, what is they saying, not eating whatever, well, then it's reasonable to assume that it's punitive because there's no actually, there's no other explanation.
Yeah.
Period. Or it's meant to provoke. It's provocative. See, because if the March of Return, say, if things like that, if Israel happened by some odd chance to have a recent history of giving making sure that violent groups have a quiet advantage over more constructive ones, then it might, because of the First Intifada being an example of great success in terms of turning world opinion to the Palestinians' favor, it might be a forward-thinking strategic move to make the Palestinians aggravated enough to provoke some kind of violent action, to provoke a sense of despair. And something like banning basic amenities for comfort and impoverishing the region, that would do that pretty effectively.
What a few solid criticism there about what the guy criticized most in that new video is not the important ones.
But you also just wouldn't know about the weapons. You wouldn't know that that was like the first ever blacklist that ever appeared from the blockade was in 2008 when they passed that defense whatever act about specifically banning weapons and dual use items.
Literally doesn't matter. Also, the dual use items included things that were not weapons.
That was the first ever actual this particular item on paper. We will say don't do that. So yeah, no, I think it's fair to call out both ends of that, because if you don't acknowledge the security element, or if you struggle to, that's an issue.
But nobody didn't acknowledge the security element of that. In fact, you don't even have to be on. You don't like. Tons of people who are.
TLDR, the main issue people have with Keflos is that she raised $100K Canadian dollars might be worth not. If it gets less than US dollars for a legal fund, then checked. Then went to Ireland. People started asking what happened to the money after 2 years, and no updates on what she did with the money.
Our adamant opponents of Hamas have condemned this. What are you talking about?
What would I do with $100,000? Quite a few things actually. With $100,000, I'd get an actual camera, that's for sure. Right now I film every protest with a phone. I don't block my thing. There's quite a few things you can do with 100,000.
About. It's just bullshit. It's just endless bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, but you're misrepresenting their position. Grim does not, and Omar do not deny that there was a security element to the blockade.
It's like pulling teeth, getting it out from them.
What do you mean? Who's pulling their teeth? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's obvious there was. Of course, Israel doesn't want weapons to be imported. Of course, it.
Why can't people just say that then?
The whole point is that they're not only doing this.
Were they asked to? Like what? What?
Which
yeah, people in chat are pointing out he's quiet. I don't know why Loner's not fixing this. Well, I know why Loner's not fixing this, because it makes him appear strong.
We agree other states would do, but and then there's another point I have in this regard with your tweet. But it's not just
Destiny and Loner are the same person. No, Loner has guile and is a coward. Destiny does not have guile. That's the difference.
The relevant issue is that they were blockading food until 2010. They were
do some traveling and just have fun seeing the world.
Prohibiting all exports from Gaza virtually until 2015, and still severely restricting afterwards. They're trying to make Gaza poor and miserable. It wasn't just weapons, because the salient issue is not weapons, because most people are not going to find that objectionable. The salient issue is the food blockade that was in place for 2007 to 2010. And
what does guile mean? It's Guile. It means
Guile is a Street Fighter character from the US.
Cleverness and maneuver and deception.
And the prohibition on exports, obvious attempts to make Gaza poorer, which you seem to acknowledge now.
Mm-hmm. The only time when I did a fundraiser for money was when Mom had that whole thing happen to her. That sort of made me do a fundraiser, which actually was advised to me to do by President Sunday, I believe. And then the whole fundraiser stream happened. That was a big lifesaver. Because that would have ended badly without the fundraiser, actually. That was a situation.
As I always have. I think even in my first reaction to this debate was me saying that, yeah, it's like there's usually...
She's doing better now. She had her health issues recently. And it's better than it was then. For sure. Half a year later, she was given the free rehabilitation when she didn't need it as much. She really needed the rehabilitation right after surgery, and then we had to pay because she was not gonna get the free one then. She would have to wait 6 months before starting rehab, which would have probably been horrible for the results.
Actually, two reasons. It's punitive.
It's really terrifying to think of that many people go through a thing, they go for a surgery, and don't get rehabilitation right away. Wait without it, which severely sort of hampers the results. Yeah. So they're just a little bit horrifying to think about. That there are probably many people that do wait.
And its security. Yeah. Like I said that in my react to the debate, I said it in my thread. I've never not said that. I mean, we can try and find the clip of Omar being asked about the blockade.
That was actually nice of Mom. After when she went to the free one after walking a lot better, there were people that were sort of not being able to walk at all. And my mom was walking at that point pretty normally and attended rehab with them. And people were sad, sort of. They said, "Oh, you're walking so well. I'm so, I'm in a bad state." And my mom would truthfully tell them, "Well, I started where you are now, so you're looking at your sort of goal." And they were, from what I've heard, sort of motivated by that.
And why it was there, and he just talks about cookies. It's like, I don't know. We can find the clip if you want, but I don't know.
Why is the blockade there? Well, this is how you tell why somebody is doing a thing. You point to the part of it that doesn't have a use. The thing you do at only expense, where the only product of it is cost, right? The only product of it is a loss in some way. That's the thing you're expending for. That's the thing you're doing something to accomplish. That's the thing you want. If you're doing something with no benefit, then you are doing that for itself.
I feel like it's
I
pretty.
think I was misrepresenting you. I think you were misrepresenting Omar and Ryan. It's not that interesting. We can.
It is very interesting, though. History speaks. You have to be willing to press on these things. You can't. You're like retreating from territory that's not even contested. You have to be able to fight in these conversations. Otherwise, you're just gonna get steamrolled.
We can move on, I think.
Okay.
But I understand your position now. Maybe it has always been that the blockade was. I mean, I don't know why you're using "might well" here. It sounds weird weasel words, but regardless, you admit it was punitive. I mean, if I were to say, Stalin might have killed the Poles at Katyn. I mean, it just is a strange language to describe an acknowledged, established atrocity. But
yeah, if you say that with no other context and you take it out of context of the thread, yeah, it would look like that. But it's in the thread where there's clear mention of punitive action multiple times. So it's like,
What are you doing? Are you gonna search? Oh.
Okay, let's go down the list. There's three occurrences of the word punitive. Between 2007 and 2010, no list of banned items was ever made public, nor was any justification given for such seemingly arbitrary and punitive measures. That's one. Though this makes sense, I don't think it rules out the punitive aspect. Okay, so we're still not calling it punitive. Some parts of Israel's blockade might well have been punitive. Yeah, he says the word. He says the word 3 times. Now, granted, he says the word primarily to cast doubt.
Hello, Pasta21. Join the page. Hello, Pasta21. We've all missed you. But yes, I can certainly understand the criticism of doing this vague, of saying, oh, I said it was punitive, but the language of the thread actually sort of indicates that it's might be punitive, but is not necessarily so. If that makes sense. It might be punitive.
Out on whether it
might be the case.
It's the case.
But it's not treated as an established thing. Some parts of Israel's blockade might well have been punitive. Yeah, it's very neutral. Very we're still sort of looking into it, and it might be the case that some of the measures are punitive. Let's wait and see.
That's what it is.
All right, fair. You think I'm taking other comments? I'll reread the thread, and if I come to that conclusion.
Oh, wow, thank you, Pasta21. I'm gonna say the usual shtick, and I'm gonna say please consider subscribing and not being white to support your favorite streamer, who I assume is me. I hope it's me. Is it me?
I'll certainly tweet that out. Maybe it's certainly possible, but I definitely think, and this may have set me astray, that you simply were misrepresenting Omar and Ryan. They wanted to focus on.
You need to have a quote. You need to have the thing to reply to. You cannot go, oh, I think you absolutely were misrepresenting Omar. You need to have the exact line and location. You cannot wing this.
Yeah.
The outrageous issue, not the. And Destiny want to focus on the security issue, but they weren't denying there was a security issue. Right, that's a different thing. So they weren't being dishonest. They just wanted to.
No. Ask him. Show me where they denied there was a security issue. Ask him to show you that. Ask him to show you. Ask him to give you an example. If you want to roll with it like fluidly and sort of like improvise. Okay, I don't advise that. I think that's a tremendously irresponsible thing to do. But okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Ask him to substantiate what he's saying, and if he can't, then point out. Well, hang on a sec. Wait. You were perfectly willing to say with full confidence that they did this thing, but you can't even tell me where they did this. That's a little strange.
Oh, Barry! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. It is not silent. Oh, Barry is in the React page. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I am your favorite Polish trans streamer, even though I'm technically speaking the only Polish trans streamer.
This on the more outrageous part. Okay, here's another thing. And this is like
another thing. So we just abandoned this whole line of attack. It's like, God. You're losing the battle to yourself, man.
That is.
What you said. The fact is, any country on Earth in those circumstances would do something similar.
He said he's going to talk to me at some point. I hope he doesn't watch this and decide not to. But like, God, this is so frustrating.
That part can't be acknowledged. The conversation goes nowhere. Okay, that's like.
Yeah, exactly. He hedged every single instance of the word punitive in that thing. There was no statement to the effect that this was punitive.
Bigger tier stuff. So what is obviously it's a kind of factual. So I can't know you're wrong. You can't know you're right. Right. That's so like little logical throat clearing there, obviously. But what is your like historical or political basis for this speculation, right? And I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. It's a kind of factual, so it has to be speculative. But what is your basis for that?
I just think if there's an area where an organization that has quite a lot of control over that area is importing weapons to attack you with it, you're going to want to restrict their imports of weapons and dual use items because that's what they use to make their weapons.
Sure, but we've agreed.
I mean, true on one hand, but you have to also balance it with not making not starving out the population. No, you have to target the weapons. Like, there are ways to control these things, what comes in and out.
that there was a punitive food blockade. We've agreed that there was a punitive prohibition virtual on exports. You think Sweden would do that if they had faced the same level of threat from a neighbor that that Israel did in 2007?
I mean, if you put Swedes,
see, he's already failed again because he's collapsed the two conceptually in the eyes of the audience. No, they wouldn't do the same. Period. What you would ask is like, do you really think, in addition to blockading weapons, which you both agree is a reasonable thing to do?
Yeah, exactly. Is it really okay to block all the things that are necessary for people to function just because you want to block weapons? You can target weapons. You can just... There are ways to target what you're... Like, it would be the equivalent... Maybe I'm giving a really silly example right now, but it would be the equivalent of wanting to blockade drug traffic through the border, and then deciding to just block all trade because you want to block drug inflow into the country through the border. So you just block all trade through the border. You know? What would be the purpose of that, apart from crippling your trade? It's also an issue when you punish the population, you reinforce the insurgency group support, as there is no other alternative left. I mean, President Sunday also touched upon this a little bit. Favoring more extremist groups and creating an environment in which extremists can fester rather than allowing more peaceful movements to form and grow. It was a little bit touched upon in this video here.
That they would blanketly blockade things like books, toys, food, clothes, toilet paper, etc., etc.
Yeah, you're gonna make weapons of toys.
The thing, unless your goal is to actually boost Hamas, because Hamas benefits from Palestinian misery, you would never blockade these things. If what you want is the Palestinians to be miserable, because the Palestinians to be miserable achieves two things for you. First, your pleasure, because you hate the Palestinian Arabs, but two, it makes it so that more violent and therefore abortive attempts at nationalist...
And from what I heard also, there's the additional overall this, because you're creating this cycle, okay? You already had anti-Muslim hate for a long time now, when people that are sort of Muslim are framed as terrorist inherently, you know? And now with this whole radicalization that happens in Gaza, Palestinians treated as terrorists, there have been this sort of rise in violence against Arab people in general, or maybe broader Muslim people. That a small child was killed by some person that got it into their head that since Palestinians are all terrible terrorists, that child had to die.
Resurgence prevail over more reasonable ones, then you might blockade those things. Like that's
anti-Muslim sentiment in a lot of countries is already a thing as we speak, which also leads to many problems with when refugee crises arise, when it comes to how specifically refugees from certain parts of the world are treated. It's all sort of becomes interconnected.
That's a solid strategy. Really solid strategy. Palestinians having no hope means an endless pool of recruits for Hamas. Hamas being able to operate as a government and having to think from the perspective of managing a state, or even a quasi-state or something like that, that is a Hamas that has to become increasingly invested in specifically peacetime wealth-generating endeavors and relations with other countries and diplomacy and things like that. That is a Hamas that decreasingly can afford to risk its holdings on futile suicide attacks.
In that historical context for a number of decades, then yeah, they probably would. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay, that
Yeah,
historical. I mean, if you put anyone in any historical context, you're going to get very different behavior. But
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Anyone in those circumstances. Yeah.
well, that's not a meaningful statement. That I mean, because it's almost circular. But
Not
the point
really.
is,
Some states would do much worse, like much more. Like what did the Saudis do to Yemen? Right? They blockaded so hard that there was a fucking famine. You know. I think.
Yeah, give it a little bit, Loner. Give it a bit. Okay, we'll get there. Don't worry.
I think that's how it went.
I mean, I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia is the best blueprint that we should be looking for at what states should do in. Oh, maybe I'm just being ignorant.
right? Okay, so you're just making that assertion. You don't have. It's just like an intuition pump, essentially. You don't have historical evidence based on the state of Swedish society today, the state of every society in the world today, that their political values would be You think that the political values of any society facing this kind of threat would be compatible with the blockade on food in an attempt to...
Look, they may have they may have promoted an organization specifically because it does violence both to Palestinians and Israelis in order to undercut Palestinian attempts at getting their rights recognized and having any degree of autonomy or dignity. But they didn't, you know, put them into camps or, you know, flatten their cities with bombs and kill thousands of their oh wait, okay, never mind. Sorry, can't say that anymore.
To impoverish the population, which we've agreed already was part of the blockade policy.
Oh, by the way, guess who helped? Guess who funded and armed Saudi Arabia when they did that? Take a wild guess. So when you say worse than Saudi Arabia, it's like, yeah, the U.S. funds a lot of bad people, don't they? Interesting.
Given the prohibition on exports, which makes no sense from a security perspective, total prohibition virtual.
So, I mean, I mentioned countries that would do it worse. I don't know exactly I don't know what you're
all with their fingers in the same pot, oddly enough.
Referring to there, where they say like, how do I know what Sweden would have done in that context? I mean, I feel like when countries get aggressed upon, they tend to get pretty regressive pretty quickly. They tend to get pretty like vigilant when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Interesting. That is an interesting statement, Loner. Very interesting. So this would actually put the causal onus on Israel's shoulders, because now we have an instinctive reaction on the part of Palestinian radicals to deprivations caused by the Israelis.
Not sure if we're going to watch the whole
Pretty
thing.
shamelessly. We have multiple massacres. We have the mass expulsion of the people, constant deprivation and abuse by settlers.
Oh, no, we're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to continue this for a while, and then we're going to move on to the next thing. Interestingly, Ukraine restrained to herd up Russian speakers and restrict food. And they've been invaded. Ukraine has been restricted from doing many things that I would argue it should be able to do. And only recently some countries have been shyly saying that maybe Ukraine should be allowed to do some of these things, like for example attacking military targets in Russia proper. But yeah. Although there's been an interesting discussion that started in Germany. Actually, I saw this conversation happen earlier within Polish circles. We're going to talk about it today. I think that's a very interesting topic. I just hope it won't just end on words. The topic that I have prepared for today. But I'm not sure countries do what Israel state does. What Israel state is doing is extreme. Well, we should start from the fact that in most cases it's impossible to do what the Israel state does, because in most cases we are talking about individual, independent, sovereign states interacting between one another. Like there are not many situations in which a state has this sort of total control over an area, and the area is basically at the mercy of the state, you know? Like it by definition cannot be a commonality, because this sort of interdependence is not common, that a state just owns a different state. Like maybe we could have imagined that something like this could have happened in the Eastern Bloc for whatever reason, that the Soviet Union would just, I don't know, starve out a region within, you know, let's call it a little bit of a place within the Union, the Soviet Union. Let's call it the Soviet, let's call it Soviet Ukraine. But then that's considered a genocide, so, you know.
Government, etc.
I guess we can see examples of something like that happening, of a place having a total control over an area and then starving it out. Like that was the Holodomor, basically, if you think about it. But I'm not sure if that is an example that we should be, you know, looking to model policy on.
We have the blockading of basic goods. We have the mass shooting of protesters now. We now have the flattening of cities, etc., etc. So by this logic, Hamas's excesses are just sort of the natural response to these kinds of behaviors, which I don't think is true, by the way. I don't think that's true at all. I think when you actually look at the history, what you see is that there were actually other parties among the Palestinians who wanted a productive and indeed collaborative cohabitation with the Israeli settlers, because they had families and they had culture and they had things that they cared about besides some dream of the Arabs taking over the Middle East again. But they were undercut because the PLO, which is a self-interested body, was allowed to usurp the negotiations, and violent parties were privileged over less violent parties so that they could serve as the permanent blank check, the permanent justification, the convenient justification to brutalize the Palestinians and take their land at will.
No. I don't think it's like I don't think it's like a massive like guess.
All right. Okay, so you don't have any like specific argument, it's just a speculation.
Here's what you need to understand. So the Beaver says, well, now we can add this feeling of being unsafe to the Palestinian side too, because guess what? They had that happen to them too, yeah. But here's the thing. Palestinians aren't people to these people. Lonerbox doesn't give a shit. Doesn't, there's no itch in his brain. There's no like sense of wrong. He sees pictures of children with their eyeballs popping out of their heads because the building that they were in was shot down over them. And he thinks, yeah, damn shame Hamas is hiding under those kids. Yeah, I guess there was probably a military target there. There had to be, right? Yeah.
Could you say that Sweden wouldn't do that in Israel circumstances?
I don't believe that the political.
Yeah, but the settlers appear to possibly be taking over people's homes. It's always weasel words. It's like, I won't call. It's not a. I don't think it's a genocide. I don't think it's a massacre. But it's still bad.
Of Swedes are, if they face.
It's just gross that he'd self-cuck himself to this extent just to maintain his career as a streamer. It will be very interesting to see what happens in the coming years when all of this escalates from where it is now, because it will. when this is much worse. And in the aftermath of this all, when the confusion's down, this ends up being one of the great human crimes of this century, and they were all loudly, publicly defending it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. What do you think Israel will do with Gaza? I think you might as well ask, what won't Israel do with Gaza at this point?
It's this very, very, very vanishingly small statistical risk that civilians in Israel faced in 2007. I believe they would engage.
I want you to remember something. There were more defenders of the Vietnam War in its time than there are of this. Okay? This stuff doesn't age well. And this one's different. This one is very different. Defending this is not going to age like wine.
And border security, I think a blockade would be entirely possible, but I don't believe they would attempt to deprive the population of food to punish them, no.
Well, to be clear, when we're talking about attempting to deprive them of food, I don't really know, like, do you have any polling on how much of the population actually supported that idea? Because it seemed to be...
What does it matter what percentage of the population supported that idea?
That is a good question, actually. What does it matter? What matters is what the state does, not how many people support it or not. That is true.
This wasn't a fucking referendum. How many people in the how many people in Israel support Netanyahu? How many people in there prioritize the...
True. Netanyahu is not actually supported all that much, and yet he is in power and does what he does. So I'm not sure if this is a relevant question at all.
Prioritize the hostages over defeating Hamas, which, by the way, the leadership's in Qatar. Doesn't matter. They don't get a say. Only democracy in the Middle East.
The not allowing of food came, like, the public announcement.
It is very important to sort of note, because this seems to have been put on a back burner because of the October 7th thing and the conflict that has spawned from this. But it is very important to remember that very soon, like before October 7th, Israel was in the middle of huge protests because Israel has been sort of on the way to judicial reforms that would move Israel away from democracy. I remember because among the chants among the Israeli people, there was, because Law and Justice was in Poland in charge then, and Israeli people would chant, "We don't want to become a second Poland," which is becoming a bit ironic now because Law and Justice lost the elections and Poland is moving towards democracy now, and Israel is, well, we can see what the situation is.
As far as I remember, was they don't want weapons to go in. And then the way that they implement the policy is, first of all, they claim to have done it out of simplicity with the whitelisting, because they have their list of exporters and suppliers and countries that they trust, and then they keep everything else off. And then even before 2007 to 2010, even before the flotilla incident, they start gradually introducing goods in. Now, it seems like 100% the case that they were slow to reintroduce all those extra goods.
Sorry if I'm being harsh today. The attack on Rafah is making me not be able to accept both sidesing anymore. No, both sidesing is one of the most... In our position as political streamers, what Lonerbox is doing here is easily one of the most evil things a human being can do. Easily. For the sole reason of courting an audience for his own personal gain and for his ego, he is doing propaganda for a regime. He's doing soft, clever propaganda for a regime that is currently in the process, actively, has been for months now, of flattening a civilian center and murdering thousands of civilians. and making millions homeless, which will in turn result in their indirect murder over a period of time. Because the people who have died so far, they're dying mostly from falling debris, from bombs, from gunshots, etc., etc. Increasingly, it's going to be starvation. It's going to be lack of ability to treat complex needs. It's going to be lack of ability to get proper nutrition. It's going to be exposure. It's going to be disease, as you now have seasonal sicknesses running through the population and no way to treat them all. You ever try going into a emergency room in North America? We have a functioning medical system. You know how long it takes to get treated? We had ventilation shortages. We had ventilator shortages. This is going to kill a lot more people than you're seeing now, and it probably already has, because we don't have the capacity anymore to count the dead. Do you think people are there counting heads?
Because they wanted to put pressure on Hamas. But how many people were actually behind that decision and whether or not that was like the basic cultural values of the country,
that doesn't matter. It's a stupid response.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we can talk about the cultural values of the country a bit.
Oh, I'm seeing Pasta 21 in here. I saw you. I see you in the chat. Talk to me like I'm cannibal.
There was a poll from
We're gonna
Pew
finish
way
this
back.
soon because we're gonna move on to other things, but you know.
In 20.
I have another video that I wanna
DM you
watch.
a link really quick talking about it.
And then
this was
we have a few Ukraine topics as well.
About the blockade.
And then we're gonna do a little bit of a history thing, as I promised. I did promise a history thing for today. So I'm gonna deliver on my promises.
It's about ethnic cleansing of Arabs from Israel. So we're talking not just Palestinian, not just Gazans, not just West Bankers, not just people who identify as Palestinian, but Arab Israelis as well. Who might not.
His dad was part of the Lebanese self-defense militia. My understanding is that was a fake message. I don't think we have any confirmation on that.
Not. And nearly 50% of Israeli Jews said they favored that. So it doesn't seem to me that they're adverse to highly punitive, crime against humanity would be the classification of ethnic cleansing measures. It seems like a lot of the public was supportive of that even before October 7th, for example. I just think you're making a mistake if you're inferring some kind of liberal.
Today, an entire Bedouin village was bulldozed by Israel. They're bulldozing houses with people in them. Shit.
Israel starts demolishing 47 Bedouin homes without offering promised alternative housing. And keep in mind, when we're talking about the destruction of housing, we're also talking about the destruction of all the possessions within the housing. People's lives, sort of, possessions.
Israel starts demolishing 47 Bedouin homes without offering promised alternative housing. The Israeli government intends to build a highway. Oh, by the by, the massacre in Gaza has provided a wonderful opportunity to just do anything else without any scrutiny, because nobody's paying attention to it. The Israeli government intends to build a highway at the location of the village, ordering hundreds of residents to relocate to a nearby town. The displaced Bedouins say that they will have to sleep in tents, as far-right minister Ben Gvir hailed the demolitions as an important move of sovereignty. These fucking maniacs.
Yeah, all their memories, heirlooms, art, family photo, yeah. All that stuff. probably more.
Political culture in Israel.
What do you mean, liberal political culture compared to what? Like, there's not many countries that
Compared
are
to
in
that
Israel's
much Sweden.
circumstances.
How many countries are in Israel's circumstances? I mean, there were plenty historically. The arguments for example on security grounds, why you can't give the Palestinians a state, are more or less identical to the arguments for why it would be extremely dangerous to emancipate slaves in large numbers in pre-Civil War America. They have a just reason to hate you. That makes them really dangerous if they're really concentrated, which they are. There's lots. This is a classic case of settler colonialism, displaced out of time. It's an archaism.
Yeah, but I don't know why it's so difficult to understand that with, like, Denmark and Sweden have not faced anywhere near the same kind of threats and existential issues that Israel has. Like,
So one guy who was written was tied down while dozed, but I don't know the truth of the matter about that specifically. He definitely got messed up though. Unfortunately, no one should die like that. Past that winner. I just dislike that Sunday talks like as if Lauren Bugs didn't care about Palestinians. It's very dishonest and also false. Was doing what for personal gain again Sunday?
like for what, like centuries? So like since
What? For centuries. Lona, there wasn't an Israel until 1940. What are you talking about? Centuries? We're talking about the state of Israel. We're not talking about the chosen people in the fucking Bible.
I'm just unhinged today, ignore me.
Have you lost your goddamn mind? Germany, World War II? Yeah, we don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that's a no. That's a bad comparison. Bad comparison. We really don't want to talk about the position of the Jews in Nazi Germany relative to this. It looks.
I do agree with Sunday. I see no care about Palestinians here, just making a defense of Israel state. All what he has done here is that.
Doesn't look good. Even he's doing Israel equals the Jews. Yeah. By the way, there's a very good reason why you do not want to associate Zionism with Jews, okay?
There are a couple of reasons. Wow, there could be a whole topic in on itself. A whole segment in on itself why you should not equate Zionism with Jewish people.
There's a couple of reasons, actually. The first one is that you just erased all Jews
who are not Zionists,
who don't support Zionism. Which, to
present company included,
be fair, is a grand old Zionist tradition.
And bear in mind, before World War II, unlike what happened post-World War II, Jewish people who were not Zionists was a substantial number. Before World War II, that was actually a substantial number of people, especially in Poland, of Jewish people who were not Zionists in the slightest. In fact, there was a substantial amount of people who were the opposite of Zionists, who actively opposed Zionism. Like the Bund organization of Jewish socialists, who said, why go to some country somewhere where already people live if you can just make people's life better here. That was the gist of the argument. While may not have super big knowledge on the overall history of Israel-Palestine, this bit I'm pretty confident on, because it has to do with the Congress Kingdom and Poland before World War I and post World War I.
Let me read something for you. I've read this before.
What books is this from? I have the same problem of not being able to find an old quote. I should buy those little colorful pieces of sticky papers that I could stick and have just be able to open and find a quote. And so should President Sunday, probably. Because I ran into the same problem that I have a nice quote on a book. I even read the quote from the book, and then I close the book, and the quote's gone. I have to find it again. That is what we're witnessing right now.
The members of Hashemir who led the Haganah at the outset were even willing to commit acts of violence against fellow Jews. This is from Rise and Kill First.
Wait, hold on. Is this Morris' book?
Rise and Kill.
Ronen Bergman.
Kill First.
It's pretty far in this book.
Jacob de Haan was a Dutch-born Haredi, an ultra-Orthodox Jew, living in Jerusalem in the early 1920s. He was a propagandist for the Haredi belief that only the Messiah could establish a Jewish state, that God alone would decide when to return the Jews to their...
I mean, that is not a propaganda. That is like a pretty core belief in Judaism. It's not exactly a propaganda, you know. That is a pretty core belief in Judaism that the return to Israel will happen when the Messiah comes.
Their ancestral homeland, and that humans trying to expedite the process were committing a grave sin. In other words, de Haan was a staunch anti-Zionist, and he was surprisingly adept at swaying international opinion. To Yitzhak
That is actually why a huge number of religious Jewish people were anti-Zionist before World War II.
By now a prominent Haganah leader, that made de Haan dangerous, so he ordered his death. On June 30th, 1924, just a day before de Haan was to travel to London to ask the British government to reconsider its promise to establish a Jewish nation in Palestine, 2 assassins shot him 3 times as he emerged from a synagogue on Jaffa Road in Jerusalem.
Thank you.
Currently, you can find plenty of footage of Orthodox Jews protesting the attack on Gaza.
Yeah, because there is a lot about Zionism that sort of stands at odds with Judaism, believe it or not, even though the language of Judaism is sort of appropriated for the use of Zionism. But fundamentally speaking, Zionism, as sort of formulated by Herzl, was not religious in nature. There's a misconception. I didn't get it. Oh yeah, here it is. You know what? This is perfect. This is excellent. This is excellent. I'm gonna download it, and it's gonna be on screen. It's gonna be on screen to remind people that I'm desperate, okay? As promised, I'm gonna put it on screen, and I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna put it after this because this is a little bit too serious to have it on. Is a little bit too serious. We're gonna put it on when we react to the Hakim thing.
Being just brutalized in the street, just being punched and slammed to the ground without provoking the police. They just approached them and just let me pop it on the screen for you. I want you to like get the picture of why this is so enraging.
This is really nice art. I love it.
Here, I'll make it bigger for you, okay?
Oh, I remember this. I know this. I know this clip. I recognize this clip. Very, yeah.
Now, here's what's important. This guy, I want you to watch this, okay? Watch this guy here who ends up being punched into the door. We'll start here. Look. So the guy, this is the most cowardly attack I've ever seen, by the way. So the guy walks beside this person. Looks like he's not going to do anything to him, right? And then grabs him when he's not looking and slams him down. Look, this guy's he's not doing it. He's just standing there. And he's pushing him into a door. Punches him. And closes the gate. His purpose is to look for Orthodox-looking Jews in the street and to make sure there are no Orthodox-looking Jews in the street. That's it.
Which is...
This is how Zionists think of Jews. You're either a brown shirt or a drone, or you're the fucking enemy. They hate Jews. They hate Jews who take Judaism seriously, really, because they're basically just Jewish-themed fascists. If you actually read, like, even like the founding documents, it's remarkable. The commonalities there, and the point is not that, oh, the political theory undergirding Zionism is fascistic. It is, but the point is that the psychology behind the people who are frothing at the mouth in its defense and cheering on the destruction of hundreds of thousands of innocent people, millions of innocent people, it's that same mentality. You see like the cheering at Nuremberg rallies, the same mentality. It's the exact same thing. It's the difference is the color of the flag.
Well, I guess it's the Nazis, but like, yeah, I don't know why you would get that comparison. It's such a strange.
October 7th, they're just statistically speaking, the risk of a terrorist attack in Israel, if you look at go over many years.
That is in Israel. Grammar Kami.
First Intifada, Second Intifada, other incidents, and so on, vanishingly small. I mean, it's not a practically significant risk. It'd be much more. Being an Uber driver would be much more risky. So, yeah.
I don't really know if that's.
I don't know why is he taking such a weak approach here? Like, this is a fight, dude. The reason why he's accepting the debate is so that he can humiliate you and save face and not have to respond to you again. You need to come in and you need to make a mark. Unless you're doing that, you're going to get steamrolled. You're going to look weak and uncertain, which is going to give the people watching this license to not take you seriously.
That's how it works when you know that there are measures you can take to try and reduce those risks, though. Like if you're living in Israel and you know about terror attacks and Second Intifada and rockets going over your head all the time, like, I'm sorry, the psychological impact of living under that, even if it's like, oh, on paper it's not that much more dangerous than what Uber driving or whatever, like that's not really gonna cut it.
Okay, because of a salience bias, you think any culture would become this or more liberal than
Okay,
Israel.
we're gonna listen to the end of this point, and we're gonna go on to the next video.
I mean, you're in America right now, like the country that
Did you
torched.
remember to take the medicine today? Yeah, I took. I'm gonna sort of do the gel a bit later today, but yeah, I did take the pills.
Funds it. The country that funds it.
Off the Middle East because of 9/11. Yeah, I think so. I think liberal democracies would actually.
Okay, but that was heavily protested. That wasn't actually a very popular decision.
And also, in retrospect, it was a very bad move, the invasion of Iraq. So, I'm not sure if like the invasion of Iraq is the best sort of in retrospect.
By the way, editor, I think this is our thumbnail. I think this is our thumbnail shot right here. Looks like he's about to propose an alliance with Spider-Man.
Okay, I guess we're just gonna end here. I'm just gonna end here. I'm gonna do a reaction to the video that I wanted to react to, because it seems like I've been lied to, as I've learned from people today. I've been lied to. My life's been a lie. My whole education system is a sham. It's just those lying Polish people, those lying ungrateful Polish people, ungrateful to the Soviet Union that saved them in 1939. And what can I say? I just want to learn. I just want to educate myself on the topic of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, which apparently, as the title suggests, there was never a Hitler-Stalin pact. As our teacher, our professor today is going to be Hakim, a prominent YouTuber with 270,000 subscribers. So he probably knows what he's talking about. And we're just going to learn. We're just going to educate ourselves on what actually happened. Apparently, this is heavily documented. There's tons of evidence going to be presented, and we're just going to watch it. Also, I'm going to present the artwork so that you can be reminded non-stop, that actually I am desperate for money. How do I call this again? How do I call this again? Wait, what? Holy crap, I have to delete something on the... Holy moly. Hold on, I have to delete something. It seems I have to delete some files. Damn. I think I know what happened. Uh-oh. Hold on. I might have made a mistake. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this. Oh yeah, now we're gonna have some space. We're gonna have this. We're gonna delete this. And already we're seeing some more space. Recycle bin. Empty recycle bin, thank you. The bag. I'm gonna call it bag. And the D. Okay. Wish I knew about more computers. No, it didn't download because as it turns out the hard drive was full. So this is me reminding you that you should please donate. It's gonna be here, okay? Can you see it okay? Can you read what it says okay? Yeah, it's visible. So this is basically, yeah. Here we go. Okay. So now I don't have to say anything anymore. Now it's on the screen, reminding you gently that Lucy is in need. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice thing? Okay. Let's watch. Let's educate ourselves. Take it away, Professor Hakim. Stalin tried to prevent World War II. Michael Jabara Carly, which I can already tell you what this is all about. This is probably about the whole, the USSR wanted to have a pact with the West against Germany, but the stubborn and silly Poland did not want the USSR Red Army to have free access to its territory, which was so unreasonable, especially after the NKWD Polish operation within the Soviet borders, where over 100,000 Polish people were killed. But that's not important. That is irrelevant.
Hello.
Why would Poland not want Soviet troops to just be able to enter Polish territory after the Polish-Soviet War? I will. Yeah, I will. This one, I just decided that I had to. I decided that I had to watch this to educate myself. As it seems like my whole life was a lie. I've been lied to by everybody.
Hear a lot about a supposed Hitler-Stalin pact, and much
supposed Stalin-Hitler pact. I gotta tell you, this was some deep conspiracy. The conspiracy was so deep that even Stalin naively believed it, that there was some Hitler-Stalin pact. The lie was so throw out, the lie worked so well that even Stalin believed it. Look at that.
noise is made trying to link, by extension, two wildly differing ideologies and nations together through some forced horseshoe theory nonsense.
By the way, the notion that Germany and Nazi Germany and the USSR had a pact, worked together, has nothing to do with any horseshoe theory. That is a ridiculous statement. I do not know who puts this forward, this notion that Nazi Germany and the USSR were brought together through horseshoe theory, that they were actually ideologically aligned. But the reality is they aligned themselves because, one, both Germany and the USSR after World War I basically became outcasts in the West. They became shunned, which is why they looked towards each other for cooperation. It was very simple. Like it started within Weimar Germany, you know? Those countries just looked for each other for cooperation. Pretty simple stuff. And also, the one ideological glue, you could say, that brought these two countries together was the opinion, the notion, the idea that Poland was an artificial country that should not exist, and that it sort of stole away Germany's as well as USSR's / Russia's territory to be created. That it should just be erased from the map. Those two countries heavily agreed on that point. Like, the reason why those countries entered the pact was purely pragmatic. It was just called politics. There was no horseshoe theory involved. So this whole shtick about this is just, I'm not sure who or what it is responding to even. There were many reasons for the pact. There were many reasons for the alliance, you could even say, but this was not part of it.
If you're unaware, the horseshoe theory claims that the far left and the far right, rather than being at opposite and opposing ends of a linear political continuum, are instead incredibly similar. This is the sort of brain-dead take you expect from so-called liberals who consider themselves unlike.
So no, there's no merit to this. Horseshoe theory has nothing to do why Ribbentrop-Molotov happened. Also, this ignores the idea of irredentism. You don't need to be ideologically similar and still can follow an irredentism. Yeah, like, you don't have to be ideologically similar. You just have to have similar, like, political things that you can agree on. Like, for example, the idea that Poland should not exist. Even if the parties do not agree with each other ideologically, they can unite on, for example, not allowing Poland to exist. And they can have a pact based on that. And they can write up a secret protocol that would divide up Poland between them. What do you know? World War I peace treaties had been very problematic for too many states that emerged after World War I.
Enlightened when doing their both sides are bad shtick.
So no, this is just a waste of time, this whole thing about the horseshoe theory.
Historically, the so-called liberal center has always immediately sided with the far right when it came down to it, while the far left was the only one to have any real form of successful and organic resistance.
Successful and organic resistance, huh? Then how come, and this is a pretty interesting thing to analyze, how come the far left at the end of the day, a lot of the far left, a lot of socialists, communists, did align with the Polish state in the Soviet-Polish War? How did that happen? Can Hakim make a separate video on that, explaining that to me, so that I can learn? All I have is silly books. Silly books such as state or revolution, which tackled the problem of whether or not after World War I, Poland should have became a nation state like it did, or should it have went the road of just doing a revolution and not forming a state at all.
Resistance, but that's not why I'm here today. Let's discuss the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Okay.
Note, the USSR in the Stalin era specifically was an incredibly nuanced episode of history. There are no great men, history is made by people and material conditions.
Sorry,
episode of history. Note, the USSR in the Stalin era specifically was an incredibly nuanced episode of history.
I'm sorry. That is a very, very sneaky way, very dishonest way to just brush away the fact that the USSR under Stalin basically became a dictatorship. I'm sorry. You could say that about Nazi Germany. You could unironically, if you were a Nazi apologist, you could say Germany under Hitler was a very nuanced time. There are no great men. Things are just made by circumstances are true. But guess what? Material conditions can also bring about dictatorships. That happens. Dictatorships happen. Just because there are no great men, it doesn't mean that dictators do not exist in the world. That dictators are like this fake concept that does not exist.
There are no great men. History is made by people and material conditions. Actions aren't taken in a vacuum, but instead are affected by real deficits and changes as they occur.
That's great, but you can tell that you can say that about anything. You can say that to excuse anything. Nazi Germany didn't just arise in a vacuum. It was created in the circumstances of post-World I war, of the Versailles Treaty, of how unfairly Germany was treated. Material conditions, quite literally.
Really does something.
It was a very nuanced situation, you see.
In history happened because someone is crazy, whatever that means. Much more commonly, we're simply missing or refusing to investigate the context.
There you go. You could say it about Nazi Germany. Oh, you say that Hitler was just crazy, but you know, you're just failing to look into the context. Those are empty statements that can be applied to any sort of political system, any sort of to any country, really. You could do that with any country you want, from Nazi Germany to North Korea to China to the US to Poland. You could do this with any country. This is a thought-terminating cliche, basically. You're just missing the context. So far, we're just hearing a lot of empty platitudes, but, you know, maybe the video will sort of
You don't have to like the USSR to be fair to the conditions it found itself in, nor do you need to agree with the actions taken just because you can...
Exactly. Stalin was simply forced to purge all of the top brass of the military. He had no other choice. Stalin simply had no choice to kill all of the generals. In fact, Stalin had no choice but to keep live ammunition away from the Red Army soldiers. You know? He had no choice. Stalin just had no choice but to keep the live ammunition. And also he had no choice but to keep the planes not fueled. Because you see, the context is that the army could have overthrown him at any moment. So he had to do these moves because otherwise, you know.
Understand why a certain action was taken. Broaden your mind little, don't insult your intelligence, and be better than those that lap up the laziest pop history propaganda.
Well, you know what? Don't prime the audience. Just give us the context. Like, this sort of priming the audience is just a waste of time. This addendum should not be called "Don't be stupid." It should be called "Waste of time," filler.
Let's get started.
To pad out the video to the 18 minutes 17 seconds mark.
A frequent trope we hear is this: the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a military alliance between the USSR and Nazi Germany. This framing usually follows attempts of paralleling.
Common trope. Also, nobody says that. Nobody says that if you're going to be technical, nobody says that nobody says that Ribbentrop-Molotov was a military alliance between USSR and Nazi Germany. What people do say, which is correct, there was a pact of non-aggression between Nazi Germany and the USSR, which contained a secret protocol about dividing up Poland. That is what it was. Thank you. Nobody says there was a military alliance between the USSR and Nazi Germany. I don't know where you took this trope from, but in no historical text, no history book, no text on the subject will you see a historian say that the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was a military alliance between the USSR and Nazi Germany. It was a non-aggression pact with a secret protocol attached to it. There you go. I've solved your conundrum. Well, to me it is a waste of time because I'm not sold. I've not been sold to the premise. I'm sorry. I'm not buying what Hakim is selling. Unfortunately, many people do. 33,000, in fact.
The USSR and Nazi Germany, and by extension, socialism and
So if you're gonna set up the context, at least represent the case correctly, because nobody actually says that it was a military alliance. It is always described as a pact of non-aggression with an added secret protocol. It is a manipulative and conscious choice. Oh, I know that, but I'm still going to criticize it, and the best way to criticize it from my perspective is to call it a waste of time. A filler. It is better though to fight a strawman though, no? I mean, it is easier.
fascism in an ideological attempt at painting a certain strand of liberalism as a part and...
I mean, no, that's not actually true. I know Western left-leaning people that don't do that at all. I know people I would consider left-leaning that don't accept this sort of thing. In fact, I've been informed of this thing from people that I consider Western left-leaning people, so, you know. I've been informed of this existing by Western left-leaning people.
somehow more legitimate to the concepts of integrity.
This is irrelevant. Liberalism is morally superior. This is irrelevant. I'm sorry, this is irrelevant to the question of Ribbentrop-Molotov from my perspective.
quote-unquote being on the right side of history, etc., then social...
President Sunday made quite a few videos on Hakim years ago, I believe, even before he went left-wing. President Sunday made a video like 2 years ago on Hakim about the Uyghur genocide, about the the genocide happening in China. Because apparently Hakim, of course, denies that's a thing as well, which does not surprise me at this point. So that's a thing. It's a thing that President Sunday has made a video about. Oh, today.
Socialism. Note that this rarely is used against fascism and is intended solely to paint socialism in a bad light. I wonder why. Let's give some general background information. Soviet Russia and...
So this is just Soviet Russia. So it's not the USSR anymore. Now it's just Soviet Russia. How interesting, how interchangeably you use these terms. Well, according to President Sunday, is that the that it's not a thing. That's Hakim's take. Denying it.
And the subsequent USSR, having only fairly recently won a short but brutal civil war with Tsarist forces and invasions by many foreign powers, oriented foreign policy towards Germany in the mid-1920s.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Two lesser known by many foreign powers, fairly recently won a short but brutal civil war with Tsarist forces and invasions by many foreign powers.
Invasions by many foreign powers. Can you elaborate on that? I know that Western powers did back the White Army and that's a whole thing, but can you please elaborate? Because you're leaving a lot of vague things out of this whole story. Right off the bat. Even though you're supposed to be giving us context, and the devil lies in the details, so I would like to hear those details from your mouth.
Oriented foreign policy towards Germany in the mid-1920s. Two lesser-known treaties, the Treaty of Locarno and the Treaty of Special Relations with Berlin, helped shape that Soviet foreign policy. The Treaty of Locarno, between the main European belligerents of World War I, sought to establish a lasting peace, which Soviet Russia would generally benefit from, since the country was so utterly devastated by the Great War and the Civil War following the October Revolution. However, the USSR viewed the treaty with suspicion since it appeared that Germany was joining an anti-Soviet bloc. The other treaty, that of special relations...
Interesting, considering that Germany was absolutely shunned after World War I as a country. So it wasn't about to be joining any blocs anytime soon. It wasn't about to be allowed into any blocs. In fact, yeah. Are we forgetting how Germany was treated after World War I? It's gonna be just brushed aside. We're gonna pretend that Germany after World War I was treated as an equal partner among Western countries in some bloc. Because that was absolutely not the case. Not as long as France had any say in it anyway.
Relations with Berlin was meant to assuage these fears by being a 5-year treaty with Weimar Germany in which they would be neutral in the event that either country was attacked by a third party. Unfortunately, the optimism for long-term peace wouldn't last long. In the late 1920s, the Nazis began their rise to power, which infamously culminated in the appointment of Hitler as the Chancellor of Germany in 1933. The rise of the Nazis caused the USSR to refocus its foreign policy efforts to combat this threat. The policy, which came to be known as collective security, attempted to strengthen relationships with France and Britain in an attempt to isolate Germany. Meanwhile, the fear of Western leaders' imaginations and the interests they served led them to irrationally fear the spread of communism and were reluctant to
irrationally spread the fear of communism. I wonder why. Can it have anything to do with the Soviet Union actually invading countries trying to spread communism through war? Like the Polish-Soviet War. Could it have anything to do with that? I wonder. I wonder if it had anything to do with that. With the fact that the Soviet march westward was just stopped on Poland. I wonder. It's a very curious question to contemplate, actually. Huh.
enter into diplomatic relations.
Those paranoid people.
With the USSR lest they catch the communist virus. Instead, the West decided that appeasing the Nazis would be a better strategy, and we all know how that turned out. As a result of this reluctance on the part of the West, the USSR was forced to fend for its security alone. Back to the video in just a second, let's hear from Keeps. Male pattern baldness is a genetic condition that affects
Oh my god, no. Are you joking? You're really going to do this in the middle of a video like this? To be fair with Hakim, there was massive anti-communism in many countries and not just the fear of Soviet Union. True, but it is not what Hakim is describing here. What Hakim is basically trying to do is trying to take the Red Scare from the United States and transplant it into the realities of the 20s in Europe. And while the whole saying of the shadow of communism is upon us, etc., was a thing definitely in Europe, it was not exactly the thing that is being presented here. It was not as simple as that. Yeah, but we also have to acknowledge that while there was fear of communism, there was also a fear of the Soviet Union that was not unfounded, considering how events unfolded in the 20s, exactly in the 20s. And that there were communist movements that were not exactly aligned with the Soviet Union as well, that were actually communist and not fake communist, at least in Poland. You have to separate the two, and only you can separate to acknowledge that they were silencing communism. I mean, there was, it sort of will vary from country to country. That's also a whole other thing, right? It's the same thing as not all communism / like not all socialist or even communist thought was Marxist. There were many other schools that were sort of, with time, were forgotten. But at the time, there were actually quite a lot, especially prior to World War I, maybe probably post World War I. There were many different schools of thought when it came to socialism and communism, for that matter. Even though Marxism sort of became the dominant one in the popular consciousness and overall, there were many different things. That is true, although it was, even in those countries, it was a bit different because the Red Scare was very firmly implanted in the Cold War. So it had its very, very specific nature, which did not translate one-to-one to the fear and persecution of communists in various countries in Europe. Well, there was no Cold War in the 20s. Not yet. You know? Sure, but I still think the mechanisms were a bit different there. Okay, no boldness. Alone. I wonder why. I wonder what left the Soviet Union alone. Alone, alone, alone.
Now let's get to the background of the pact. The treaty of non-aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, more commonly known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, between Germany and the Union of Soviet. Now let's get to the background of the pact. The Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist.
I'm sorry, it is very commonly known as a Treaty of Non-Aggression. I don't like how this weird, subtle dishonesty of saying that nobody knows this as the Treaty of Non-Aggression. Yeah, I just stopped. Are you behind? Are you behind on this stream? The chat does not have a delay anymore, so maybe you're a bit behind. I'm having a pretty good weekend, sort of. No, they were with Weimar Germany. They were with Weimar Germany, and Hakim framed them as the Soviet Union fearing that Germany might join an anti-communist bloc. He sort of didn't hide it. He did say that it was with Weimar Germany. He did say that. But the way he framed that was that the USSR was afraid that Germany would join an anti-communist bloc, which in reality, after World War I, Germany was shunned by Western countries. You know? So keep in mind, Germany was not in a position to be joining any blocs anytime soon because it was shunned. It was shunned by other countries. It was isolated by other countries. And that was the real actual reason why Germany and the Soviet Union made this approach to one another, Weimar Republic, because both of these countries were pretty isolated. So they found countries that would not shun them. They found each other in this strange circumstance and started cooperating. That is what happened. Not just the USSR fearing that Germany would suddenly join an anti-communist bloc. Like Hakim really seems to be forgetting just how the whole Versailles Treaty treated Germany. What the demands of the treaty were, what the sort of conditions when it came to Germany, the reparations, not having an army, etc., etc.
Republics, more commonly known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, so named for the signatories of each government, the foreign minister of Nazi Germany at the time, Joachim von Ribbentrop, and Soviet foreign minister Vyacheslav Molotov.
Oh, very conveniently, by the way, omitting the fact that the Jewish prime minister, that the Jewish foreign sort of...
The agreement was simple. If one at the time, Joachim von Pact, so named for the signatories of each government, the foreign minister of Nazi Germany.
Yeah, very conveniently omitting the fact that the foreign minister of the Soviet Union was Jewish was dismissed because that would make relations between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union more smooth.
At the time, Joachim von Ribbentrop.
Jewish Minister of Foreign Affairs was replaced by Molotov.
And Soviet foreign minister Vyacheslav Molotov. The agreement was simple if one ignores the secret provisions.
So, yeah.
It straightforwardly lays out a 10 to 15 year period of mutual neutrality in which neither country would commit aggression against the other, support or provide aid to a third party committing aggression against the other, among stipulations regarding peaceful solutions to disagreements between the respective countries. However, there are 4 so-called secret provisions and
so-called secret provisions. Is this person saying that the secret protocol was fake? Because I've heard Hakim will say in this video that the secret protocol was fake.
Famous partitioning of Poland is...
Oh. Evil communists own half of Poland. Super secret article. I mean, it was secret. Russia itself acknowledges the existence of the secret protocol.
Isn't among them. That is part of the mythos surrounding the agreement and serves the purpose of demonizing the USSR as...
Oh, it's not part of the secret protocol.
As well as deflecting blame from the Allied West. Those surrounding the provisions
and
the famous partitioning of Poland isn't among them. However, there are 4 so-called secret provisions.
So-called secret provisions.
And the famous partitioning of Poland.
I found a nice quote for this occasion, and I doubt Hakim will ever respond to this, but I doubt Hakim will ever grace me with his response, but let me see. In October 1992, the chairman of the Russian Archives Committee, Professor Rudolf Pichoya, confirmed the fact that Russians' original of secret documents supplementing the Soviet-German agreements of August and September 1939 had been found in the so-called Kremlin archives. Among them were the secret protocol and explanatory notes to it. In February 1995, the original of the secret protocol was shown in Moscow at an exhibition of unique archival materials from 1939 to 1945. So, is Russia lying about the existence of the secret protocols now? Is Russia in on the Western propaganda about the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact? What's happening? A super secret article that Russia is apparently lying about.
Isn't among them. That is part of the mythos surrounding the agreement and serves the purpose of demonizing the USSR, as well as deflecting blame from the Allied Western powers' appeasement of Hitler and the Nazis.
That is irrelevant. Appeasement is irrelevant to the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact. You can criticize the appeasement while also acknowledging that the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact was a pretty bad thing. Those things are irrelevant.
The article that is...
Oh! Nazi Germany and the USSR had a pact with a secret protocol, which did include the division of Poland, by the way, and the division of Europe into spheres of influence. It didn't just specify actually the division of Poland. It also specified a division of spheres of influence between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. But, you know.
Misconstrued as Stalin working with Hitler to split Poland in half territorially for the same expansionist ends, actually states something quite different and reveals the true Nazi intentions, which we'll discuss in the next section. So,
oh, yeah.
Suffice to say, it takes quite the quirky reading of the article to come to a conclusion as outlandish as Stalin conspiring with Hitler to split Poland. It takes an
Let's hear it.
equal amount of audacity to repeat this nonsense as historical fact, but that's a conversation for...
Oh yeah, all those lying historians don't have the wisdom of Hakim. All those Polish historian hacks.
Another time. Alright, let's get into more detail. We'll start by recalling that the USSR actively pursued overt military alliances with Britain and France in a policy known as collective security. One such offer, made just 2 days before the war began, had the USSR sending 1 million troops, artillery, and airborne forces to help stop Hitler if they agreed to the pact. Such a pact would have drastically altered the course of history. Unfortunately, both Britain and France declined the offer, forcing the USSR to operate unilaterally without Allied support.
Interesting. Why didn't the USSR seek an alliance with Poland in case it was attacked? Why didn't the USSR proposed to Poland that it could supply it with shells, help, etc. That is an interesting. If the USSR had,
with the collective
let's see, 2
forcing
days
the US
before the
drastically
war.
altered the course of history. Unfortunately,
Hold on.
had the USSR in a policy, start by recalling that the USSR actively pursued. Alright, let's get into more detail. Britain and France in a policy known as collective security. One such offer, made just 2 days before the war began, had the USSR sending 1 million troops.
1 million troops. Okay, so why didn't the USSR propose to send 1 million troops?
Artillery and airborne forces to help stop.
Artillery and airborne troops to help Poland should it be attacked by Nazi Germany. That would have been achievable from what you're saying, since apparently the USSR had 1 million troops at the ready. So why did that not happen? What happened? I thought the USSR wanted security. So why did then the USSR seek out a treaty with the Nazis instead of with Poland? That is a good question, isn't it?
Stop Hitler if they agreed to the pact. Such a pact would have drastically altered the course of history. Unfortunately, both Britain and France declined the offer, forcing the USSR to operate unilaterally.
But I guess Poland was just not an agent in this whole thing, was it? It was just between the USSR, Britain, and France. Poland was not even a factor, I guess.
Without Allied support. With the collective security policy not bearing fruit, the USSR decided the next best course of action was some kind of treaty with Germany that would delay the war machine the Soviets knew were coming for them. So,
why would the Soviets be afraid of the German war machine if they had 1 million troops and artillery and an air force at the ready? Why would they even be afraid of that? How many troops did Germany have when it did the Fall Weiss operation? How many troops during Fall Weiss? Did Germany have? $2.7 million military personnel. The question remains, how many of these soldiers were thrown at the front? How many soldiers did Poland have? Poland have 700,000.
Soviets understood that the West's appeasement policy that had resulted in the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia was a failure and prelude to an expansionist war by Germany, and that Poland was in Germany's crosshairs next. The Soviets sought to buy as much time to prepare and therefore was left with the
If it was so obvious that there would be an invasion on the USSR by Nazi Germany, then why did Stalin purge the generals and the entire of the higher military command of his Red Army? I guess that is a question that I posed to Hakim. What was the point of the purges in the army if Stalin was so desperate to buy time to prepare for war? I would think that a purge in the army would be pretty counterproductive to preparing for war, no? When did the purges happen again? About 1937. That's interesting.
enviable position of having to sign a non-aggression treaty with Germany in order to provide for the security of the USSR and her citizens. All this is also forgetting that the USSR was the last
Yep, he does.
country to sign.
That is like the common thing that I often hear from people like this. The USSR didn't actually want to do this. The USSR had no choice. It wanted to buy time, and actually it wanted peace. It wanted a treaty with France and Great Britain, ignoring the fact that the treaty involved Russian troops stationing in Poland, having free reign to just enter Poland, which is very interesting. That has been completely omitted in this video. And that the USSR was simply buying time. It was simply buying time because, you know, the fact is that you know, the USSR purged its military in preparation for war with Nazi Germany, apparently.
Sign a non-aggression pact after Poland and France and Belgium, the Baltic countries, amongst others. That's always never mentioned. I wonder why. If you
Oh,
France and
speaking of things that are never mentioned, I'm gonna mention something in a second.
Belgium was the last country to sign a non-aggression pact after Poland and France and Belgium, the Baltic countries, amongst others. That's
You know what's even more interesting? What's even more interesting that Poland at the time had a little bit of a foreign affairs policy called equal distance, which meant that as Poland signed a non-aggression treaty with Nazi Germany, it signed an identical treaty with the Soviet Union because, again, Poland had a policy of equal distance from both East and the West. So that meant that if a treaty or a pact was made with one side, a similar or a same treaty had to be made with the other side in order to keep this equal distance. It's really interesting, speaking of not mentioning things, that this has not been mentioned here. That Poland actually had a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, which had been broken when the USSR entered Poland in 1939. How interesting. What an interesting thing to omit.
That's always never mentioned. I wonder why. If you think
Yeah, I do wonder why this is not mentioned in this video. Yeah, it's a bit of an oopsie to omit, isn't it? The whole equal distance thing.
think this explanation sounds conspiratorial or is call me propaganda, then consider that this explanation was common as early as 1943 when in Time magazine, former U.S. Ambassador to the USSR, Joseph Davies, was interviewed about various topics regarding the USSR. In his response to the fifth question about the USSR's opaque foreign policy, he said, in part, and I quote, "When they, the Soviets, lost faith in both the will and the capacity of the Western democracies to join them realistically to stop Hitler, they still tried to maintain their security and their peace by entering into a non-aggression pact with Hitler in 1939. This was not a pact for mutual offensive against Germany's enemies. In that particular, it provided only that neither would attack the other. They gained precious time, which they feverishly employed to protect their security against the inevitable Nazi attack."
Yeah, again, that is why the Purge and the Red Army in the area of 1938, that was in this feverish attempt to prepare for war with Nazi Germany. And again, interestingly enough, when it came to regional security, Poland is actually just ignored and taken out of the picture. Interesting.
Attack. This isn't the only mention of this explanation in the same issue of Time. Calling the USSR, and I quote, realistic, it backs up the claim with the following. She, the USSR, had been the greatest advocate of collective security. But when she saw that the democracies would not support that policy, she turned completely around and gained time to prepare herself by signing a pact with Hitler. The third mention.
After having crippled its own military, mind you.
is brought up in a larger context of other treaties and agreements the USSR had entered into prior, including their acceptance.
Funny that that's not mentioned at all in this video. That in this, basically in this time frame, the Soviet Union had effectively crippled its military through purges.
Into the League of Nations, and I quote, under the aegis of then Foreign Commissar Litvinov, the USSR tried to establish.
Oh, interesting. Foreign Commissar Litvinov is mentioned. I wonder what happened to him. What happened to Foreign Minister Litvinov? Can you explain it to us in this video? Why did he go and why did Molotov replace him? Could it have something to do with Litvinov being Jewish and Nazi Germany not being fond of Jewish people?
Established collective security as a method of thwarting the rising tide of fascism, but the League of Nations collapsed and was followed by appeasement in Munich, the Soviet-Nazi non-aggression pact in 1939, and the entrance of the Reds into the war when Hitler invaded them on June 22nd,
Oh, the Soviet Union only entered into the war in 1941. The Soviet Union did not enter the war at all in 1939, huh? It did nothing. It just passively did nothing. Okay, that absolutely. Is Hakim going to do a separate video about how cutting was never a thing? Is that a video that I can expect? Denial of cutting happening.
1941. By now it should be crystal clear that the narrative that resulted from Cold War distortion is in blatant contravention of the facts.
Ah, yes. The famous Cold War Western country of Poland. The narrative of the famous Western Bloc country of Poland. Excellent.
The fact the USSR signed with Germany wasn't a military alliance.
Let's keep in mind, this is history of Poland. And I don't know, I might be silly, but as far as I remember, Poland is not exactly a Western Bloc country.
It was a means of buying time to prepare for the easily anticipated invasion.
If it was such an easily anticipated invasion, then again, why did the USSR cripple its own military? Why did the Soviet Union keep live ammunition from soldiers? Why did the Soviet Union always keep its planes without fuel, which resulted in the Soviet Union losing 2,000 planes within the first 2 days of the Operation Barbarossa? Can you explain this to me? If it was such an easy to predict invasion, why did, if it was means of buying time, why did Stalin forbid the army from doing anything when the operation started?
To the military alliance myth is the claim that Stalin conspired with Hitler to partition Poland between Germany.
Yeah, because he did, and not just Poland. In fact, he also wanted to annex the Baltic states, which he did, due to this pact, as a direct result of this pact, because it also clarified the spheres of influence. In fact, interestingly enough, and I'm 100% sure this is not going to be mentioned in this video, but the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact did not actually just end at the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. No, it actually did not. It was actually followed up by another treaty, and that treaty was called German-Soviet Boundary and Friendship Treaty. How interesting. There was never a German USSR pact. Not at all. It was never called the German-Soviet Boundary and Friendship Treaty. The German-Soviet Boundary and Friendship Treaty was a second supplementary protocol of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 23rd August 1939. Very interesting that Hakim is sort of, in his absent-mindedness, forgetting about this little supplement to the pact, which was a pact. It was a secret clause as amended on 28 September 1939 by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union after the joint invasion and occupation of sovereign Poland. It was signed by Joachim von Ribbentrop and Vyacheslav Molotov, the foreign ministers of Germany and the Soviet Union respectively, in the presence of Joseph Stalin. Only a small portion of the protocol, which superseded the first treaty, was publicly announced. While the spheres of influence of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union remained secret, the third secret protocol of the pact was signed on the 10th of January 1941 by Friedrich Werner von Schulenburg and Molotov, wherein Germany renounced its claims to portions of Lithuania only a few months before their anti-Soviet Operation Barbarossa. Secret articles. Several secret articles were attached to the treaty. These articles allowed for the exchange of Soviet and German nationals between the two occupied zones of Poland, redrew parts of the Central European spheres of interest dictated by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. That's right. The initial Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact dictated spheres of interest, which also is, interestingly enough, completely omitted in the Hakim video. What do you know? And also stated that neither party to the treaty would allow on its territory any Polish agitation directed at the other party. Wow. That is so non-pact-like. Damn. During the western invasion of Poland, the German Wehrmacht had taken control of the Lublin Voivodeship and eastern Warsaw Voivodeship territories that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact had accorded in the Soviet sphere of influence. To compensate the Soviets for that loss, the treaty's secret attachment transferred Lithuania to the Soviet sphere of influence, except for a small territory which was referred to as Lithuania Strip, the left bank of the Sesupe River, and was to remain a German sphere of influence. Wow. Well, that is totally not a carving up of countries. Totally not. That's a myth. That's Western propaganda. Wow. Ooh. But that is very interesting that this little boundary and friendship treaty is never mentioned, at least so far. We're 8 minutes in, so I don't know. Maybe we'll learn about it. Maybe the whole friendship and boundary thing will be debunked by Professor Hakim here.
Germany and the USSR in one of the secret articles of the pact brought by the Germans, specifically secret article number 2. If you read through it, it's fairly clear as to what Germany's true intentions were. The most obvious happens to be in the first line of the article. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state. This is a rather long-winded and euphemistic way to describe an invasion. The phrasing really betrays what the Germans want to do and then presents them in the treaty as a pure hypothetical. Also, remember, this is a secret provision of the treaty, which only serves to further make clear that Germany was starting in Poland in what had till then been a series of easy, albeit diplomatically draining annexations via the appeasement by Western powers. After all, while the Germans made it obvious that they were bent on expansion, they still wanted to have the veneer of plausible deniability. They soon use another euphemism for invasion as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in
hold on.
the hands of the euphemism for...
It says exactly what it says. Like, is Hakim actually dishonest? Like, is this dishonesty or is this stupidity on the display? In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state, the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR shall be bounded approximately by the line of the rivers Narew, Vistula, and San. So in case of a territorial and political rearrangement, we divide our spheres of influence. You get this and we get this. How is this not talking of splitting territory? I'm sorry, at this point I have to ask, is this dishonesty or stupidity? Is Hakim reading basic reading comprehension? Oh, if you read Article 2, you'll definitely see that it says nothing about splitting Poland. Well, no, it says about splitting Poland in addition to actually splitting more countries into the spheres of influence of the USSR and Germany. Congratulations. It goes further than what people say. Damn.
Invasion as well, since
What does he think it says here? What does he actually think that this article says? Is he gonna say?
Existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands.
The question of whether the interests of both parties make desirable the maintenance of an independent Polish state and how such a state should be bounded can only be definitely determined in the course of further political developments.
Of the signees' respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves. Poland was unfortunately really affected by governments rather than the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the signees' respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves.
So it's talking about splitting Poland. Whether or not Poland should exist independently is between the people signing the treaty. That is a very dishonest way of actually admitting that the treaty is discussing splitting Poland. Let's hear him again.
Is implied to be in the hands of the signees' respective governments as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the signees' respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves. Poland was unfortunately really affected by anti-Semitic conspiracies in the form of Judeo-Bolshevism, the extremely stupid idea that Jewish people were overrepresented in and thereby controlled the Soviet government. This anti-communist sentiment was a powerful...
Yes, this is a real thing that existed in pre-World War II Poland. And therefore, Poland's independence was in the hands of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union?
Powerful guiding force in the
What does that have to do with anything?
Foreign policy, obviously shunning the possibility
No.
of an alliance with the ultimate was a power.
Judeo-communism was not part of a driving force in Polish foreign policy. No. That part is a... Can I see any substantiation of this?
Powerful guiding force in the Polish foreign policy. Obviously shunning the possibility of an alliance with the USSR, Poland sought to force strategic military alliances with Britain and France to guard...
Poland had a non...
against a Nazi alliance sentiment was a powerful guiding force in the Polish foreign policy. Obviously,
you do realize that that Poland had the same type of treaty that it had with Nazi Germany, right? A non-aggression pact. Poland absolutely had a non-aggression pact with the USSR, one that the USSR broke when it entered Poland. Are we forgetting about this, Professor Hakim? We're gonna even mention this sort of non-aggression pact? Because again, the actual existing foreign policy that Poland had was the policy of, for better or worse, equal distance from the USSR and from Germany. And that is why it sought treaties with France and England, because it sought to have equal distance from the USSR and Germany. That was a very strictly followed doctrine in Poland. To its detriment, one could say.
Shunning the possibility of an alliance with the USSR.
So no, at the very least, Poland had a non-aggression pact with the USSR.
Poland sought to force strategic military alliances with Britain and France to guard against a Nazi invasion and signed a mutual defense pact only months before the invasion would actually occur. In this context, Stalin had to make a difficult decision about how to best allow the USSR to survive the oncoming assault, which would be called Operation Barbarossa, which began in 1941. Additionally,
oh yeah, by crippling his army, by executing all of his generals. But I've said this already a million times. But I guess if Hakim's not even going to mention it once, then I might as well repeat it over and over and over again. If the invasion of Nazi Germany was so obvious, was so transparently incoming, then why would you do that? Why would you cripple your military? If it was so obvious, if everything was so obvious.
the notion that Stalin was secretly planning a joint offensive with Hitler in order to partition Poland hasn't really been substantiated.
Well, it has been by your own quotes from the articles. You said it yourself that the existence of Poland as an independent state was actually in the hands of the side signing the non-aggression treaty. So between Nazi Germany and the USSR. What is it if not a plan to divide Poland between those countries? Please explain that to me, Hakim. Professor Hakim. Your own quotes substantiated that claim.
If you look at the order of events, the reaction of the Soviet leadership, and the actions of the Red Army, which we're going to talk about in a second, you clearly see that this was not the typical actions of a conquering army. Stalin's focus...
Wasn't it? It went, disarmed the Polish army, and then executed a lot of the Polish army. And then did massive deportations of people. Those are not the actions of a conquering army. The last rabbi of the Great Synagogue in Warsaw was executed by the USSR.
Focus on invasion threat from Germany and the time he was trying to buy to thwart one was only in regard to the USSR, not Poland. Of course, he only cares about his own nation. The USSR leadership was absolutely blindsided by the Nazi invasion of Poland. It occurred only one...
Blindsided? Can you substantiate that claim? Do you have any evidence that the USSR was blindsided by the Nazi invasion of Poland? What? Like, you're just saying things at this point. You're gonna substantiate any of the claims that you're making. The USSR was blindsided by the invasion.
One week after signing the pact, and only one day after the Supreme Soviet approved it. These are not the actions of a state anticipating...
I'm sorry, what?
...a joint offense. Only one day absolutely blindsided by the Nazi invasion of Poland. It occurred only 1 week after signing the pact, and only one day after the Supreme Soviet approved it. These are not the actions of a state anticipating a joint offensive. Just to be clear...
Yeah, they delayed entering themselves. That's true, but it doesn't mean it's not supporting your point. I'm sorry.
The USSR leadership understood...
What about the execution of members of the Polish army? Katyn. The Katyn massacre.
Was planning on invading Poland, but not so immediately and so blatantly. Due to the USSR leadership understood it. These are not the actions of a state anticipating a joint offensive. Just to be clear, the USSR leadership understood Hitler was planning on invading Poland, but not so immediately and so blatantly. Due to them being caught off guard, the Soviet invasion of Poland not only happened days after the Nazi...
Oh, so the Soviet invasion did happen. Why? Why did the Soviet invasion happen instead of the Soviet support of Poland? Can you answer this one for us, Hakim?
The invasion was hastily and poorly organized. The Red Army was still devastated from World War I and the Civil War. Much of the Soviet efforts after...
The Red Army was devastated from World War I? What Red Army during World War I? What?
The time had been focused on improving the lives of people and rebuilding the country. In fact, Polish citizens were often very surprised that the Red Army was...
Okay, I'm sorry. Am I... The Red Army was formed in 1918. The Red Army was devastated by World War I when it was formed in 1918. Like, for a second there, I was like, wait, am I an idiot? Am I misremembering when the Red Army was even formed? But no. It was formed in 1918 as a voluntary army, in fact. How could it have been devastated by World War I if it didn't even exist at that point? Professor Hakim, you're slipping on your history a bit. Should I even trust anything that you say? That you can't even keep basic facts straight? I actually double-checked it. By a decree of January 28th, January 15th, Old Style, 1918, the Council of People's Commissars created a Workers' and Peasants' Red Army on a voluntary basis. 1918.
So deprived as far as
Let's
armies
hear it
go.
again.
In fact, most citizens, much of the Soviet efforts at the time had been focused on improving the lives of people and rebuilding from World War I and the days after them, so immediately and so blatantly. Just to be clear, the USSR leadership understood Hitler was planning on invading Poland, but not so immediately and so blatantly. Due to them being caught off guard, the Soviet invasion of Poland not only happened days after the Nazi invasion, but was hastily and poorly organized. The Red Army was still devastated from World War I and the Civil War.
The Red Army was devastated from World War I. Well, it didn't stop it from trying to conquer Poland in the Polish-Soviet War, even though it was apparently so devastated after World War I, and nearly succeeding, by the way. Yeah, the Polish-Soviet War was not a civil war.
Much of the Soviet efforts at the time had been focused on improving the lives of people and rebuilding the country. In fact, both war. Much of the Soviet efforts at the time had been focused on
sorry. Let's hear this one again, because that one's rich. That's even worse than the Red Army claim.
The Red Army was still devastated from World War I and the Civil War. Much of the Soviet efforts at the time had been focused on improving the lives of people and
much of the effort of the time was focused on improving the lives of people via the Great Terror of the 30s, the Holodomor. Oh yeah, those were all actions just really focused on improving the lives of people, especially the Polish NKWD operation. What was the quote? Hold on. I seem to remember. Oh yeah, I have a quote about this. Let's see. I guess that was one of the methods of the Soviet Union to improve people's lives. Stalin expressed his delight. Very good. Keep on digging up and cleaning out this Polish filth. Eliminate it in the interests of the Soviet Union. Amazing! The Soviet Union was clearly focused on primarily improving people's lives. In the Great Terror. Damn. I guess we just have different definitions of what improving people's lives means. Huh.
And rebuilding the country. In fact,
rebuilding the country via the Great Terror again.
Citizens were often very surprised that the Red Army was so deprived, as far as armies go at the very least. Citizens mentioned that they're malnourished.
Yeah, it was deprived, considering the great purges that Stalin engineered personally. I wonder, where did all of the great generals of the Red Army go? Oh wait, they were executed. Huh.
Or poorly clothed, that they were foul-smelling because of a tar that they used in their footwear, as well as mentioned how Red Army soldiers were fascinated by objects that Polish peasants found commonplace. Again, not surprising for a nation that had just started its first round of industrialization. Aside practically all the areas the Soviets would go on to quote-unquote occupy prior to 1941 either were part of the post-Tsarist political structure or had their own episode of the Bolshevik Revolution, which happened to be defeated either by white armies, for example Finland in the Civil War, or German World War I policy, specifically Brest-Litovsk. Okay, so if the USSR didn't conspire with the Nazis to partition Poland amongst themselves, then why did the USSR invade Poland? There's plenty of...
Interesting. I really curious about the reasoning that I'm going to hear as to why the Soviet Union invaded Poland. I mean, I know what the reason is going to be. It was to save all the people. It was to save the poor Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Lithuanian people.
Sources that already focus and almost exclusively mention the many unjustifiable mistakes committed by the Red Army, as with any army, of course. But this...
Yeah, Katyn was just a mistake. The Katyn massacre was just an oopsie committed by the Red Army. It was a mistake. Let's get a refresher. Damn, so many mistakes were made. So many unfortunate mistakes were made by the Red Army. The Katyn massacre was a series of mass executions of nearly 22,000 Polish military officers and intelligentsia prisoners of war carried out by the Soviet Union, specifically the NKVD, People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, the Soviet secret police, in April and May 1940. Though the killings also occurred in the Kalinin and Kharkiv prisons and elsewhere, the massacre is named after the Katyn forest, where some of the mass graves were first discovered by German Nazi forces. The order to execute captive members of the Polish officer corps was secretly issued by the Soviet Politburo led by Joseph Stalin. Of the total killed, about 8,000 were officers imprisoned during the 1939 Soviet invasion of Poland. Another 6,000 were police officers, and the remaining 8,000 were Polish intelligentsia, the Soviets deemed to be intelligence agents and gendarmes, spies, and saboteurs, former landowners, factory owners, and officials. The Polish army officer class was representative of the multi-ethnic Polish state. The murdered including ethnic Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and 700 to 900 Polish Jews. Interesting how that goes. Interesting how that goes. I guess the last rabbi of the great synagogue in Warsaw was simply a spy and had to be dealt with, which I guess can be just chalked up to a Red Army mistake, an oopsie. Again, it was just an oopsie. Let's forget about it. Mistakes were made.
Overemphasis really only serves as a way for liberals to equate the communists and Nazis, which is
true. It's all about that horseshoe theory, which nobody ever uses as an argument, apart from you in this video.
An ideological pool with the depth of a puddle. Let's take a look into the nuance. The USSR leadership's
nuance. Okay, let's hear the nuance.
Original justification given for the invasion of Poland was to regain lands lost in the Treaty of Riga, which concluded in 1919 and 1921 Polish Bolshevik War. Ukraine and Belarus, then a part of the USSR, were invaded by Poland in their attempt to re-establish the borders of the Polish Empire of 1772. USSR were invaded.
Oh, Polish Empire! Is this what we were calling the union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which was a composite state? Is that what we're calling it? An empire? Can you substantiate that claim of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth being an empire? Hold on. I have a very interesting quote for that one as well. Because, I guess... Very interesting. Okay. I actually love this quote, so I'm gonna read it in full, because it seems that we are dealing with the illiterate. The history of Eastern European is dominated. The history of Eastern European is dominated by the story of the rise of the Russian Empire. Yet Russia only emerged as a major power in the 1700s. For 300 years, the greatest power in Eastern Europe was the union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, one of the longest lasting political unions in European history. Yet, because it ended in the late 18th century in what are misleadingly termed the partitions of Poland, it barely features in standard accounts of European history. The making of the Polish-Lithuanian Union 1385-1569 tells the story of the formation of a consensual, decentralized, multinational and religiously plural state built from below as much as above, that was founded by peaceful negotiation, not war and conquest. From its inception in 1385-56, a vision of political union was developed that proved attractive to Poles, Lithuanians, Ruthenians, and Germans, a union which was extended to include Prussia in the 1450s and Livonia in 1560s. Despite the often bitter disagreements over the nature of the union, these were nevertheless overcome by a republican vision of a union of peoples in one political community of citizens under an elected monarch. Robert Frost challenges interpretations of the union informed by the idea that the emergence of the sovereign nation state represents the essence of political modernity and presents the Polish-Lithuanian Union as a case study of a composite state. The modern history of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus cannot be understood without an understanding of the legacy of the Polish-Lithuanian Union. Oh wow! Well, that just sounds like an empire in the 1700s, doesn't it? Well, that just sounds like you know, I love it.
By Poland in their attempt to win Polish-Bolshevik War, gain lands lost in the Treaty of Riga, which concluded the 1919 and 1921 Polish-Bolshevik War. Ukraine and Belarus, then a part of the USSR, were invaded by Poland in their attempt to re-establish the borders of...
By the way, are we gonna ignore the Polish-Ukrainian War and how Ukraine, you know, the Ukraine People's Republic allied itself with Poland to fight against the USSR? Are we just going to ignore all that? Of course we're gonna ignore that, because that makes it a little bit inconvenient. That makes it a little bit inconvenient, doesn't it?
So the Polish Empire of 1772.
The Polish Empire of 1772. Especially to call the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth an empire in 1772, when it basically was a puppet state of Russia at that point. 1772, the date of the first partition. That's when you're gonna call it an empire.
In the treaty, the Polish border was established by Britain and the US at 200 miles east of the Curzon line. However, due to the march of time and the migrations of people that occurred during previous eras, the lands acquired by Poland were no longer ethnically Polish, but were mainly Ukrainian and Belarusian. Therefore, Poland was seen as an occupier, colonial power even in these regions.
That is only partially true. For example, the whole example of Lviv being primarily a Polish city and all the outskirts being primarily Ukrainian. So definitely it was a lot more complicated than that. Also, it was not due to the movement of peoples. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. The Ruthenian people, which later became Ukrainian and Belarusian, lived there for a long time. What movement of people? Can you get into that? What movement of people? What's happening here?
Regions by or mainly Ukrainian and during previous eras, the lands acquired by Poland were no longer ethnically Polish, but were mainly Ukrainian and Belarusian. Therefore, Poland was seen as an occupier colonial power even in these regions.
So yes, there is partial truth to this claim, but it's not totally true.
By minority groups. The motivations to invade Poland expressed by the Red Army, however, were quite different. They claimed they were compelled to counter the invasion by Germany and liberate the Polish proletariat and oppress.
Oh, by executing the intelligentsia and the officers of the Polish army in the Katyn massacre. That's the liberation. Excellent. I love it when people are liberated via execution. And I especially love it when people are liberated from their homes via deportation, which happened to Vilnius, which happened to Lviv. I really love it when people are liberated via execution and, expulsion. That's my favorite type of liberation.
Oppressed minorities. Now, of course, this may sound kind of two-faced, but they did genuinely believe this stuff, and
yeah, that's why they executed Polish people and deported them. It's because they genuinely believe this stuff. Can I have any... can you provide anything in support of your claim? Again, there's a sentence that I keep saying a lot throughout this video. Can you provide anything to support any of your claims? Anything at all? Anything. Throw me a bone. You cannot spell intelligentsia without the CIA. Ah, yes, of course. Of course. The Katyn massacre famously happened because the USSR was just trying to counter the evil ploys of the forever lasting emperor of the CIA, William Burns. That's exactly what happened. That is precisely what happened. In fact, the USSR through the Katyn massacre was simply thwarting a CIA coup. That's actually a very good theory. I'll write it down in my notebook.
The work of Kotkin goes as far as to prove as much. The Red Army used slogans of class emancipation with national liberation, which caused confusion amongst the various minorities who had their own interests and scores to settle with Poland. While the Soviets intended to rescue Belarusians and Ukrainians from mostly Polish class domination, each group found support for their own particular ethnic claims and or projects, of course.
Yeah, because historically the Soviet Union has been so good at protecting the interests of Ukrainians via the Holodomor and other interesting things like the Great Purge. Okay, that's great. That's just amazing. And what else? Oh yeah, we're totally gonna ignore again the fact that the Ukraine People's Republic had a military alliance with Poland against the USSR in the Polish-Soviet War. But, that's... Who cares? Who cares about historical accuracy? Historical accuracy is just for schmucks, for dupes.
Red Army soldiers entering Poland, tasked with preparing local populations ideologically for the invasions, shouted slogans which explicitly encouraged the population to, and I quote, rectify the wrongs it had suffered during 20 years of Polish rule, and disseminated very base leaflets, actually, that urged Polish soldiers to turn their weapons against the capitalists, the landowners, and the military officials, which similarly encouraged the local population to...
Let's forget about the fact that during the height of the famine, Ukrainian refugees basically begged Poland to invade. But, okay.
Assaulted their landlords with, quote, whatever was at hand, scythes, axes, and pitchforks. Anyways, as a result of this propaganda effort, much of the initial brutality that occurred in what would become Soviet-occupied Poland, or...
Initial brutality? That's interesting, considering that the Katyn massacre actually occurred in 1940. So it was not an initial burst of violence. But hey... Let's forget about that one, right?
The maps get fuzzy after a while, began prior to the beginning of the invasion proper. It should also be noted that most of it was selective, targeting only those of the then perceived as oppressor classes, such as landlords. This is important to mention given that so much attention is given to later mistakes, and this period gets unfairly lumped in.
Oh, later mistakes? Is the Katyn massacre going to be listed as one of those quote-unquote mistakes? Oh, you know, a little bit of a massacre.
In by liberals, since they see mega landlords getting a comeuppance and their land expropriated as a bad thing. I don't, clearly.
Clearly.
Anyways, the Red Army wasn't only handing leaflets out.
Oh no, we're not even going to mention the Katyn massacre. Okay. Sure, we can also go that route. We can.
They're also given substantial spending money. This was further facilitated by the ruble being declared legal tender in the occupied area on parity with the Polish currency. Exact figures are hard to pin down.
Actually, Poland and Lithuania were an empire, caused a big country. And of course, I'm not going to go too much into this because that's also very much ignored by many people discussing history, which for the first time I've heard this from a Ukrainian historian, that the Ruthenian nobility, so basically which were the territories of Ukraine. The Ukrainian historian was primarily concerned with the territories that make up modern-day Ukraine. The Ruthenian nobility, during the formation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, did not took a very passive role in the formation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there was a very big opportunity of the formation of the Polish-Lithuanian-Ruthenian Commonwealth if the Ruthenian nobility took a far less passive role in the formation of the Union itself, which would have created a very different political situation, because instead of two separate but united political entities, you would have three, which would have very much changed the political situation of the Union. And it is very much fair to say that history would have went far different than it did. But that's a whole different story.
But locals were shocked by the sheer amount of goods the Red Army soldiers were buying, and maybe even more surprising, doing so without haggling prices. As the Red Army advanced through Poland, a significant power vacuum pushed swiftly ahead of it.
What happened to the Polish army? What happened to the Polish army when the Soviet Union entered? What happened to it?
This created an immediate demand for auxiliary measures to maintain some kind of order. This led to the formation of something called the Citizens' Guard, a voluntary assembly of mostly quote-unquote patriotic rightist citizens in various municipalities, mostly local people, minor officials, that kind of stuff. And their primary function was to aid the dwindling local governments, who had by then mostly disbanded, in order to ensure the safety of the remaining population, just to maintain order, basically. Unsurprisingly.
Oh yeah. Also the massacres and the executions of the Polish intelligentsia was also all in the spirit of just keeping peace. It's true. It's just, it's a common practice, basically. It's just a courtesy. You could just call it cleanup. A cleanup operation.
The Citizens' Guard was legitimized by its connection with the prior right-wing regime, which influenced its ethnic and class structure, unsurprisingly.
Oh, prior right-wing regime, huh? Okay, Hakim. Okay, Professor Hakim. What was exactly the parliament breakdown of the Polish government before World War II? Let's hear it. What was the breakdown of the Polish government in 1939 as the invasion, Fall Weiss was happening?
The widespread anti-communist sentiment of Poland, many towns and villages turned out in large numbers to greet and welcome the Red Army. Not all were spontaneous, nor did all have local organizational impetus. Prior to the invasion, the USSR sent people ahead of the Red Army to organize receptions for incoming troops. The local residents, especially those belonging to the Polish and Belarusian ethnic minority groups, seemed to be prepared for the Soviet invasion, and although some were enthusiastic about their arrival, others needed to be persuaded or coerced even into organizing.
Persuaded? I wonder.
Welcoming
in fact, some you know, tens or even hundreds of thousands of people had to be deported. But, you know, it's all in the name of peace.
A crucial factor contributing to the positive atmosphere surrounding the Soviet troops' entry was their general perception that their presence prevented the arrival of Nazi forces, or in some places, even expelling them by force. These were compelling reasons to greet the Red Army as some sort of liberator, unsurprisingly. You have to remember that along with the massive anti-Semitism within Poland, there was also at a time a fairly large radical left movement that was all but crushed and dispersed by the far right-wing government.
That is interesting because the Polish Socialist Party was basically done away with by the Soviet Union. The Polish socialists were, a lot of Polish socialists were basically done away with by the Soviet Union. But, you know, that's, who cares about details such as this? Who cares that many socialists and communism actually sided with Poland in the Polish Bolshevik War? But that's just who cares? That's inconvenient. Who cares about that? So we cannot forget the Belis affair when the Soviet Union spread blood libel. You know, that's who cares.
Anyways, the celebrations, whether organic or not, were very amicable, predominantly comprising young individuals from ethnic minorities such as Belarusians, Jews, and some Ukrainians. They included the construction of triumphal arches, the raising of red banners, showering troops with flowers, hugging and kissing them, the usual stuff. Soviet invasion plans emphasized the importance of a proper and cordial reception because they saw it as a precursor for a plebiscite that would bring forth the political will of the local populace.
Oh, interesting. What happened to Lviv, which was a majority Polish city? What's happened to Vilnius? What happens to the citizens? Can you do a lecture on that, Professor Hakim? What happened to all those people? And again, was the last rabbi of the great synagogue of Warsaw, what was he executed for? Was it because he was a spy? Was it because he was some sort of rabid anti-communist? What happened there?
All the celebration, much of the older generation was still terrified, though. Some even went into hiding from the Red Army or worse. However, since the Red Army's approach, characterized by restraint and selective action rather
restrained and selective actions through execution
than indiscriminate violence, they managed to garner a measure of relief among the general population, specifically against the groups that were...
Of course, I'm not gonna get any, you know, it's just gonna be you saying things without providing anything. It's just nice and dandy.
Usually targeted, which include officers, policemen, landowners, etc. What's more is that Red Army soldiers, despite commands to the contrary,
hold on,
usually did engage officers, police, the general population, specifically against the groups that managed to garner a measure of relief among the general population, specifically against the groups that were usually targeted, which include officers, policemen, landowners, etc.
Landowners, etc., until the intelligentsia, the evil intelligentsia, or the evil rabbis, which is interesting because anti-Semitism was used as an argument throughout this video. And yet, the last rabbi of the Great Synagogue in Warsaw was executed by the Soviet Union? You know, Moses Shor, a name that you might want to look up. You should Google Moses Shor, Hakim. You might learn something interesting. In fact, let's do it. Let's Google Moses Shor. Why not? Let's see, Moses Shor. Well, what can we learn about this fascinating historical figure? What can we learn? Moses Shor was a rabbi, Polish historian, politician, Bible scholar, Assyriologist, and Orientalist. Shor was one of the top experts on the history of the Jews in Poland. Let's see. Lecturing in Lviv. Okay. Professor at the Lviv University. Professor in Semitic languages. Institute of Judaic Sciences in Warsaw. Oh, wait, hold on, what's this? Arrest by the NKVD. The appearance of Shor was quickly noted by Soviet securities in town. 2 days after his arrival, Shor was arrested by Ostruk and NKVD, Soviet secret police. branch and was kept in custody in the local prison for a week. Later, he was transferred to the nearby regional administrative center of Wutsk, where he spent another week in prison. Interesting. Confinement and questioning. On the 24th of September, he transferred to Lviv, where he had lived until 1923. In confinement, Shor was forced to fill in a questionnaire, was photographed, and had his personal belongings taken: his golden watch, pen, scissors, organizer, a file of photos. The scholar was asked when, by whom and why was he appointed for the senator's position, when did he become a rabbi, and to which party did he belong. Shor answered that President Mościcki appointed him to the Polish Senate in the capacity of Rabbi of Warsaw, and that he did not belong to any political party. The prosecutor noted down only his words concerning his rabbinical functions, and an account of the marriage of Shor's daughter, Sofia, residing in Paris, with an official of the Polish Ministry of Justice. Shor's wife and daughter Felicia moved to Lviv, where Felicia worked as a waitress. Imprisonment at Lubyanka. How interesting. On February 3rd, the newly appointed Russian prosecutor of the Lviv branch of the NKVD, Lepunov, received an order from the deputy of the People's Committee of the Ministry of State Security, V.N. Merkulov, to send him to Moscow for a continuation of the investigation. Shor was sent in convoy to the first special department of the Soviet NKVD. In the accompanying documentation, he was noted to be healthy. In Moscow, he was held in Lubyanka prison, in the same cell with the Bund activist Viktor Alter. Oh, wait, that's interesting. The Bund, you know, the General Jewish Labor Bund in Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, generally called the Bund or the Jewish Labor Bund, was a secular Jewish socialist party which was utterly destroyed in the Soviet Union. But I guess we're not gonna learn that from Hakim, because all socialists, as we know, totally supported the Soviet Union. And yet, that is so strange. There was a Bund activist, Viktor Alter, in the same cell with Moses Shor? How can that be? The Bundists were the socialists. Huh. That's curious. That's so curious. The poet Władysław Broniewski and the Polish senator of the National Party, Professor Stanisław Głąbiński. The Polish nationalist leader recollected that became such close friends that they slept together on one bench. In the accounts of cell inmate Mrs. Wisha Wagner from 10th August 1943 read, and then there's like the rabbi description. Of course, there were many attempts. The attempts to liberate Shor, which were undertaken by the Polish government in exile with the mediation of the Vatican and the United States Department of State, did not succeed. In February 1940, Cordell Hull, as Secretary of the State during the President of Franklin D. Roosevelt, appealed to the Soviet powers through the mediation of international organizations to find Shor and rescue him from the Soviet prisons. This did not produce any results. The president of the Council of Ministers of the Polish government in exile, Władysław Sikorski, applied to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of his government with the following letter. I ask you, Sir Minister, about the entreatment of our ambassador in the Vatican with the intervention aimed to free Professor Shor, arrested by the Bolshevik powers in Lviv. Interestingly enough, Poland was so utterly anti-Semitic, and yet the so not anti-Semitic Soviet Union saw it fit to imprison Professor Shore. It's interesting. I consider the diplomatic means through Vatican to the most advisable solution of this matter. After release, I ask you to direct Professor Shore to France, head of the Council of Ministers. Concentration camp and death. Oh! On 17th April 1941, Shore was assigned to 5 years of mandatory prison labor. He was taken to the NKVD's 5th concentration camp in Poste, Uzbekistan, where he fell ill and died in a camp hospital on 8th July 1941. He was buried in grave number C30 on the grounds of the hospital. Polish authorities learned of his death only on the eve of 1942, after diplomatic relations were established between the Polish London government and the Soviet government. The Polish government had been trying to liberate him a second time, planning to appoint him to the post of the main rabbi of the Anders army, which was forming at the time, but it was too late. At every ship arriving in America from Europe, nearly every Polish Jew claims to be the leader of the Jews of Poland. These are the people whose names I never heard, despite the fact that I was born and brought up in Poland. In the meantime, Professor Shore, a real authority of Polish Jewry, is kept in Bolshevik prisons, and no one makes the slightest effort to rescue him. How interesting. Oh. Huh. Damn. It was all cool. It was all chill. It was a mistake. Professor Hakim would tell us that it was just a mistake. It was a silly mistake, you know, it happens. Whoopsies happen all the time in history. And that was one of those whoopsies, those little whoops moments.
What's more is that Red Army soldiers, despite commands to the contrary, usually did engage with locals and establish some sort of cordial relationships. After the Red Army established control over the areas they occupied, they embarked on local governance, of course to maintain order, but also to help channel it towards the provisioning of the Red Army, arresting reactionary societal figures.
Oh, so all of the Polish intelligentsia were those reactionary elements. And since those reactionary elements simply could not be contained, I guess they all had to be executed. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hakim. Good to know. Good to be educated at last. Good to be freed. I'm free from the propaganda of Polish historians at last.
Preparing the elections that were upcoming. For the next 20 months, the region that the Soviets occupied experienced a heavy dose of electoral politics. There were 3 different elections, 2 of which were within the first 6 months of the occupation. The United States didn't bother to do that with half the places they occupy, and their explicit goal is apparently democracy. Anyways.
Yes, the famous democracy brought by the Soviet Union. Just like after World War II, when the Polish People's Republic formed and had its taste of democracy. Yeah.
I have,
of course,
relevant reading recommendations that you can check out here if you're interested in how the USSR worked and all that. Anyone who has a proper understanding of how the Soviet system worked is surprised by how the Soviets operated during the occupation as it relates to civil engagement and participation. Now, it should be clear as to why Western sources demonized the USSR and tried to put the Red Army in its conduct on par with the Nazis.
Are we gonna mention the Katyn massacre as a footnote? Are you even gonna attempt to debunk it, or are you even gonna mention all the deportations, how Lviv from a majority Polish city became an almost no Polish people city? Same with Vilnius.
The USSR stayed mostly true to their principles during the occupation of Poland. It should also be clear just how nonsensical the claim about the Soviets and Nazis conspiring to partition Poland is. Rather, the Soviet occupation of Poland could be...
Yeah, so nonsensical. Once again, what was that pact called? Hold on. Oh yeah, the German-Soviet Boundary and Friendship Treaty. I almost forgot about that one. Yeah, ridiculous Western propaganda.
We've seen as the Soviets attempts to save as much of the Polish population from the violence of the Wehrmacht. Unsurprisingly,
Yeah, that's why 20,000 of them were killed and thousands upon thousands were deported. It's all in an attempt to save their lives.
there are several reasons, and not all which were altruistic. Despite that, the Red Army and the Soviets were generally preferred to that of the Wehrmacht and the Nazis, except for a select segment of anti-Semitic Polish people and Ukrainians of Poland who preferred the Nazis because Judeo-Bolsheviks and all that. Regardless, they were greeted warmly by the
Can you substantiate any of this?
population, and even though not all were locally organized by enthusiastic supporters, the conduct of the local populace seems to indicate that most people saw them at a minimum as the lesser of two evils.
Oh, that's great. It's such a great title to hold. The lesser of great evils. That's what a compliment. What a compliment to receive. You're the lesser of two evils.
Make everything they did right, but historical nuance is a interesting and fun thing to discuss.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. So nuanced this video is. I'm impressed and educated for most of all. This video has educated me.
I look forward to random 14-year-olds complaining in the comments because I didn't say Stalin ate Polish babies. And a final addendum, this one will just be a bit rambly. For the love of God.
Hey, let's go. Let's go for the final addendum.
Please don't misunderstand me. The Soviets made many, many mistakes in this.
Exactly, yeah. Like the imprisonment of Professor Shore, the Katyn massacre, the deportations from the cities that were occupied. Well, all these were simple mistakes. Who of us have not made mistakes in their life?
It would have been better that there be no pact. It would be better for them to have not occupied Poland. But if you were in the particular place and the particular industrialization level facing the same...
It would have been better for the Soviet Union to not have crippled its own military in the 30s. That is also a little bit of a factor to this nuanced video.
Kind of danger. I don't know if you would have made better decisions particularly, especially when there was goodwill shown in the form of collective security with France and Britain, which would prevent all this nonsense to begin with, or at least...
Why was it rejected? Can you... Oh, no, you're not going to get into this. Okay.
Greatly affected it. That's all for this time. If you enjoyed
that was such a great video.
what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help. I'd like to thank my patrons, so thank you to Nitro Dubs, Kenny, Thomas Roberts, Nicholas, Owen Baker, T. Wood, Dr. Lemonman.
Okay, that's enough. We've been streaming for a lot, so I guess I'm gonna... 4 hours, 30 minutes. I didn't do the video games today, but you know, such is life. Let's see. Let's snipe President Sunday. If you've enjoyed this, then press like, subscribe, hit the bell. You know what to do. You know what to do. You know who you are.
Dead, an Arab from Hisas. The British arrested him and the villagers began to snipe at Jews in nearby fields. Then Arabs ambushed and killed a cart driver near kibbutz. Mayan.
What is exactly Counterpoint's expertise in this conflict? What? Why is he talking to Counterpoints about the Israeli-Palestine conflict? Is he like a Warhammer 40k YouTuber? What's happening here?
That
Why are they
you're
talking
the one who's
about
saying
this?
that it justifies what Israel's doing to Gaza. Now, have you seen the photos of the 10-year-old children with their eyeballs popping out of their skulls, crushed by cinder block?
Yeah, because they're getting hit by military ordnance because Israel is taking out Hamas.
But they're not taking out Hamas. Hamas's leadership is in Qatar, Connor. Hamas is going to survive this just fine.
I think Qatar is fucking up, by the way.
But what does that have to do with the question at hand? If they're displacing millions of people on the basis of ethnic cleansing, we're not talking about like a military response based upon right. We're just talking about the bare fact that they have the power to do so. If you want to talk about right in the sense of you have a reciprocal right to...
I guess all you have to do is to be a creator with an audience to be considered, I don't know, a side in the discussion about Israel-Palestine conflict, because apparently very spontaneously everybody just became an expert on this. Everybody has an educated opinion on this.
reply in kind in your defense.
Well, that's the power of mixed economy capitalism
Like
and liberal hegemony.
Well, at the Green Line, I could be going. I could be going to.
Well,
why
don't you do that while we're here?
Beg your pardon?
So while we're here, what happened to the mowing down of the people at the Green Line? Tell me about it.
The mowing down of the people of the Green Line?
Or the protest.
Yeah, you had people protesting at a fence a few hundred feet away. Some of them moved closer, and they were protesting the blockading of the port, which included, for example, things like toilet paper and books, things we agree were punitive. In reaction to people.
And I'm sorry, what year is this?
This would have been in 2011, I think. Hang on.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Let me pull it up. My timeline's fuzzy. My head's back in the 40s right now.
Honestly, if you put me in the aughts or the tens, I know that there was some fucking intifada bullshit around there, and the Israelis are going to have some justification for it. But you can hit me with what happened.
This is the what is it called again? Chat, help me. March of Return. Thank you. Lost it. That's 2014. Okay. My bad. Not 2013. 2014. Wait, 2018. What am I thinking of 2014? Shit. 2018. Sorry, the 2018 March of Return. This is much more recent.
You could throw a rock and hit any year, and you're going to bounce into some fucked up violence. So if you just want to describe this, and I'll take generally that it's happened sometime in the past 20 years, I'll give you that parity.
Okay. Well, I mean...
Okay. So anyway, if you've enjoyed, then like, subscribe, hit the bell, and all that stuff. Bye-bye, good night, and I guess I'm gonna go to bed. It's been 4 hours, 30 minutes. So I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do more video games or something. We'll see what we'll do.